to Engadget E3 Day 1. This is the Engadget E3 Daily Show. I am Matt Smith, UK Bureau Chief at Engadget.com. I am joined by
Jessica Condit, Senior Reporter for Engadget.com.
And welcome. So this is just officially Day 1, but we've been working all weekend. We worked all Monday. It's Tuesday, but we've already worked half a week on this show already. So let's get right to it. Let's start. So first up, what do we have? We have EA.
Yes. So yeah, Electronic Arts opened E3 this year on a Saturday. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
So it was actually a pretty cool show. They had a lot of sports games, of course. EA does that.
You have your Madden, you have your new NBA game.
Yeah. But the cool thing with the games this year is they have story modes. So EA is adding actual single-player narrative content to these games, and it's a really cool angle.
Right.
It's making me interested in these games in a way I really haven't been before.
Exactly right. So we've already written it up on Engadget. Our FIFA editor, our official FIFA editor, Edgar Alvarez, has already played it, and he is totally in love with this new story mode. So if you want to read more about that, you should check that out on Engadget. But that's really just the start of the EA. So they had the sports games, of course. What was the next type? What was the highlight for you?
Let's see, I wrote a few down. So, A Way Out. This game we actually played together. So A Way Out comes from the Hazelight, the studio, well basically the team that did Brothers, A Tale of Two Sons, and then they started this studio. And Brothers was a game that, I mean, really touched my heart. Like it was emotional.
It was a very emotional, cooperative game.
Yeah, it's a single-player game that you basically play as two people. So you're controlling two different characters with two different sticks, and it's really, really cool.
Yeah.
So A Way Out kind of expands on that idea, but brings in a multiplayer aspect.
Right.
So it's a prison break game. It looks like The Wire. It's like gritty.
Yeah, it's very gritty, and it seems a lot more big budget than Brothers. You can tell you've got a bit of that EA power coming up behind it to kind of push it forward.
Yeah.
But it's fantastic, and this game, it's a cooperative game you play in split screen, like you did with games during Sega Genesis and SNES days. And it's kind of incredible. So me and Jess sat pretty much like this. We had a controller each, and we went on this little journey. We had to rob a gas station.
Yeah.
We managed it in the end.
We did it.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. You decide what you do between characters at the start. The fella offers you a gun, and you have to choose whether your character gets the gun or your companion characters get the gun. And that twists and turns as to how the story goes forward and how the game moves on.
Yeah, and it was cool because it really encourages screen looking.
Yeah.
So this game is like, you need to know what your other person is doing, but honestly, you can play your own game while someone else is playing the actual narrative of the story. You can go and explore around and find whatever you want. That's kind of cool.
Right, and I think when we played around, I had the gun, so I decided to go stick them up. I went to the gas attendant and I was like, give us your money. And then Jess was just wandering around, talking to people, watching for cops, and just kind of casing the joint. It's a really enjoyable way to play a game.
I had a beer in the convenience store while I was waiting, while you were robbing it. It was great. Yeah, so that was really cool.
Star Wars. I've got to say Star Wars. So Battlefront 2, we finally got a look at the story mode, which looks pretty incredible. The idea is that this game, kind of like Rogue One did with the movies, it kind of straddles two trilogies. So it comes after Return of the Jedi, but before the other one.
The other one.
The other stuff. And so you have actors and actresses playing these Star Wars game titles. It's all about the Empire, and it comes from their side. So it's like the Empire fighting against that pesky rebel alliance. Yeah. And that's the story. You're not the good guy, really. You're part of the bad guys. And of course, nothing's ever that clear-cut these days.
Well, it never is. No one ever thinks, I'm going to be the bad guy. Everyone is actually out to save the world, believe it or not. And that's kind of what this is getting at. You get to see the other side and see why maybe they want to destroy the alliance. I mean, exactly. And
it wasn't like we had the campaign mode, which looks very tantalizing. We only got to play a little bit of that, but they also kind of rolled out all the things that are coming in multiplayer, and that means you can play as Chewie. We saw Han Solo, Yoda, Darth Maul, Rey,
Kylo Ren.
Yeah,
love it. Yeah.
It's gonna be very
Battlefront is pretty, and it looks like it's going to be a pretty solid game, a good expansion on the series.
EA really wants it to succeed. They're really pushing it forward.
They are.
I mean, that was the main things for me. Need for Speed, I didn't get to play. Did you get to drive it all?
I didn't get to play it, but a few of our colleagues did, so I'm sure that'll be on Engadget.
Yeah, and I mean the Engadget team, we're kind of huge Burnout fans, and Need for Speed is a totally Burnout-ish game.
Yeah.
If you like Fast and the Furious and you like Burnout, yeah, you're probably gonna like Need for Speed.
I think in chat I called it car crash porn, basically. Basically is what it felt like.
Talking about, let's go from car crash porn to tech porn. Next up was Microsoft.
Yes. Hardware.
So Project Scorpio now has a really terrible name.
Xbox One X. X, not S. Xbox One X.
So you now have the Xbox One, you have the Xbox One S, and you now have the Xbox One X.
And then you have the Xbox One X enhanced editions of games, which is just an even longer name. But whatever.
It's amazing they've made it confusing, even though it's one game. Like, you buy an Xbox One title, that will work on all those consoles.
Yeah.
How pretty it'll look depends.
Yeah.
It'll depend on the game, it'll depend on the software, it'll depend on which console you bought. So for me, it was a little bit confusing, but I'm not a huge Xbox man, so it wasn't really pitched at me.
Right, and I mean, so the Xbox One X follows Sony's PS4 Pro, which is a basically 4K console.
Yeah.
But they kind of upscale, they kind of cheat a little bit, but it can do 4K. However, the Xbox One X is true 4K. That's Microsoft's big pitch with this thing. And honestly, I saw it in action, and it looks really good. I mean, it was on a huge 4K TV, of course, and so it just looks good in general.
Yeah.
But like Minecraft, I saw the difference, like the updates they're doing to Minecraft in 4K, they're adding, I mean, just light on the edges of blocks, and there are actual leaves in the trees that you can see from far away. The water has ripples and it's actually clear. It's a completely different game.
And I mean, it makes sense because Microsoft now owns Minecraft, so of course they're gonna,
go big.
Massage its shoulders, put some makeup on it, just really kind of.
Those are pointy shoulders.
Yeah.
You gotta be careful.
A 4K massage on the shoulders, yeah. But yeah, it looks really incredible, really beautiful, and it's funny because the other games, they already look really good. There's a new Forza game coming out, and it's pretty, it's car porn. So we're using the word porn, I think, too much to describe things.
It's a sexy E3. What can we say?
Sumptuous, beautiful cars that always look fantastic. You put that up to 4K, of course it's going to look better, but you don't get a kind of that goosebump, tingly feeling you might get when you see how much work they put into Minecraft.
So I mean, the Xbox One X is basically a pretty powerful PC now, or a kind of powerful PC.
And you got that at the start. It's funny, when they kicked off the Xbox press event, they just kind of hit you with all the numbers. There was teraflops of RAM and glowing motherboards, and it was so PC-ish. You could totally tell. It's for those kind of hardcore gamers that really want all this power. I mean, there's so much choice now if you're an Xbox One, a possible, expected buyer.
It is, yeah.
I'm not sure which one I'd go for, though.
It's $500 for the Xbox One X. So I think that's going to be a factor for a lot of people.
I mean, that's like a launch console price for the new generation. That's how much I think the Xbox One and the PlayStation 4 was even less on launch than that, wasn't it?
The PS4 was less, yeah, but the Xbox One launched at $500, so it is, yeah.
And then we moved on, so what do we have at Xbox? Oh, we had a new Assassin's Creed.
Assassin's Creed Origins, yeah. Egypt, and the setting was gorgeous.
Yeah, it looked really beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, I love ancient Egypt. That's just like right up my alley. I love that. So it was really cool to see a desert landscape done with color. They had sunsets. They had green kind of grass.
Yeah, you'd imagine like Egypt is just going to be all sand, all yellow, all the time.
It could be really boring.
Yeah. And of course, it's gone back in time. So this is all about, the story is apparently about the origins of the Brotherhood, of the Assassins. Other cool things we saw, you get to control an eagle, you get to fly over everything.
Yeah.
I'm all about superpowers. That's kind of like a superpower to me.
It is.
And there's actually some weird gamut of animals they've got in this thing. There's hippos, elephants, crocs.
Like a leopard or something. I saw some kind of cat.
Hyena at one point.
Maybe that was it.
I'm hoping you just like make a gang of animals to do your bidding.
Maybe it's actually The Lion King, the game. No, it's in Egypt. That doesn't make any sense.
Assassin's Creed Lion King.
Okay.
What else do we have? The next one for me was Anthem.
Yeah.
So BioWare. BioWare made a Mass Effect game. It wasn't so good.
The most recent Mass Effect game. They've made plenty of Mass Effect games that were really good.
Yes.
And this most recent one was not.
Yeah. So they're going on for a new open world. How did I put it when we were talking before? Destiny meets Iron Man meets Monster Hunter.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah.
You fly around in robots, you attack monsters. It's a cooperative game, so there's different kind of styles of play. There's kind of giant hulking juggernauts. There's more live ranger robot suits you can get into. And it looks really pretty. I mean, I love the idea of a huge open world you can come fly around with in your own, like, Iron Man suit.
Yeah.
We didn't get to see that much of it, though. This is very much a tantalizing glimpse at this new game.
That was the thing with me. It looked gorgeous, though. Like, that was the real driving home factor, was like, it was a gorgeous demo, and it showed up like anything Destiny could show off right now,
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
So, like, and that's kind of the market it feels like it's going for, that
Yeah,
Destiny
right.
vibe. So, yeah, it was pretty, and it looked like Iron Man, and
Yeah.
I'm intrigued.
The crowd also went wild for it. I think as soon as they knew BioWare was making something for Xbox, they
Yeah.
were getting really hyped.
Yeah.
Other than that, wow, like we've already talked about Forza.
Crackdown
They revealed a Porsche
3.
on stage, as you would. Oh, yeah, Crackdown
Sorry,
3.
I don't care about the Porsche.
Crackdown 3, yes. We were there doing a live vlog at the show, so I'm sat next to Jess, and on the other side of Jess we have our other associate editor, Tim Sepala, and he went crazy for Crackdown and freaked us all out because we're all beavering away at our laptops, and Tim goes crazy. He just goes, wow, threw a few F-bombs down, and then carried on back to work. So
It was
fun.
adorable,
Yeah,
but
he was
that
very excited.
that got me more excited for the game, I think, than the trailer
Yeah,
itself
right.
did. So that's fine, because the trailer honestly was, it was Terry Crews, which was
Yeah.
cool. Like, he was funny, but then the actual gameplay that they showed off was a little janky to me.
Yeah,
It looked a little
like
stuttery.
a typical Xbox One game,
Yeah.
if that.
Yeah.
And
And this
after,
has been
after we were
coming.
talking about all these sumptuous games, it's kind of a bit dry.
It is, yeah.
So then Xbox wrapped up. We had all these games, all these ideas swimming in our mind about Xbox One X. And then we went to Ubisoft. I went to Ubisoft, actually. I did it myself.
Yes.
So good I went myself. And the first game up, like the first notable game that came up was Mario and Rabbids Mushroom Kingdom Battle, Mushroom Kingdom.
Mushroom Kingdom, yeah,
What's it
sure,
called?
something.
Kingdom
Mushroom
Battle.
Kingdom Battle?
So the pitch here is you have the Mario characters, Super Mario, Toad, Princess Peach, Luigi, Yoshi at one point, and then you have the Rabbids version of them that are just kind of really horrible versions of them. Princess Peach looks like an utter B-word.
Oh no.
Yeah, she's always taking selfies. She looks
Oh no.
really horrible.
Okay.
And it's like an adorable XCOM. It's like a strategy game. So you wander around stages battling other rabbits that have gone evil because, of course they did, around the Mushroom Kingdom. So you have those familiar parts of Mushroom Kingdom life. You have the piranha plants, you know, Yoshi's wandering around. You have shells and tunnels and building blocks. And it's very intriguing. It looks super polished. It's kind of funny to see Ubisoft putting their hand to a Nintendo franchise like this.
It's so weird. Like, the combination of Mario and Rabbids is just, I mean, who came up with that?
I mean, we thought it was a joke. It kind of leaked
Exactly.
very early on. And we thought, who thought this was a good idea?
Like, why? Yeah. There's it.
I mean,
There it
I
is.
got I got one of these little characters at the Ubisoft thing, so you're going to see him here. He's got Mario's hat and the stash, and this is the gun, so yeah. Each of the characters now will have a little gun attached to their arm, and that's how they battle on this kind of weird, cutesy XCOM Mario thing.
It's
But
kind of cute. Like, kind of.
It's kind of.
I'm not sure how I feel about
I
Rabbids
think
yet.
the word I'd use is unsettling. I'm not
Unsettling.
quite sure on it, yeah. And so it's Ubisoft, so we got even more about Assassin's Creed.
Yes.
At that point, one of our editors had already started playing it, so we were already kind of getting grips to it all. They had like a 30-second gameplay demo. If you were interested that much in Assassin's Creed, you can watch 30 minutes of someone else playing it. I'm not sure if I'm that enthused.
That's fine.
That's an option.
Hey, Twitch exists for a reason, man. People like that.
And then, my favorite show announcement so far, Beyond Good and Evil 2.
Out of nowhere.
Nowhere.
Out of
And
nowhere.
I think, actually, if you read back on our Engadget's like teaser about what to expect from E3,
Yeah.
the guy who wrote it, Nick Summers, he literally put a sassy little comment saying, "Sure, I'm sure Beyond Good and Evil 2 will make a showing," and it did.
Oh, maybe that's why they did it.
And it was
Maybe
weird,
it's our
right?
fault.
Because we're watching this presentation on stage, and we see the pig, and I'm like, guys, like I'm tapping away to the team, guys. Looks like it's
happening?
Beyond Good and Evil 2, and like we're like. But there's a monkey character, and he's stealing from the pig guy, and then they're dropping F-bombs left, right, and
Yeah.
center. And Beyond Good and Evil, if you played it, it's pretty mild.
Yeah.
It's like it's a very elegant game. It's very low profile, very chill.
Yeah.
And then there's F-bombs left, right, and center, missiles getting launched.
so
a guy with
strange.
a monkey character with like this grapple hook hand. And yeah, it was Beyond Good and Evil 2. So there's like, I have so many questions. I don't know where they're going with it, but I'm super hyped about it.
Did we get any like release window or anything for that?
It's just that it's coming. It exists.
Wow. Oh, that's enough news, honestly, for that game. Yeah, absolutely.
Especially like game titles. Generally, like Xbox didn't have that many major things to announce. Nothing that kind of really set the crown on fire. There was no like Halo thing or Gears of War.
Right.
I don't even know what Gears of War we're on now. It would be Gears of War 5, if not a prequel or some, whatever silly thing they come up with next. And then what else? Oh, and then they wrapped it all up with Far Cry 5, so we finally got to see it in action.
Oh, good.
That looks fun.
Yeah.
So the gameplay trailer we saw introduced your kind of crew of guns for hire. So you have a sniper, you have air support, a little guy that's riding around in like a crop plane, tiny little plane, and then you have a dog.
I saw the dog. Okay, so what is this dog's deal? Because it's kind of the most exciting part of the game for me.
So the dog attacks cultists. It'll pick up new guns for you. It's just there to help you out, man. I'm wondering how they'll deal with it. Remember dog meat in Fallout 4?
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
So I'm like, how hurt can it get? Will the dog ever die? Because I don't like it when dogs die in games. I can't deal with that stuff.
But as a writer, like, how do you not do that wonderful emotional story arc of heartbreak when your dog dies? I'm just saying, it's really tempting.
I mean, it's there. It's right on the table. Yeah,
it really is.
I was surprised how kind of sumptuous and bright and colourful this Far Cry 4 is. It's based in the US, which is colourful in places, sure, but this is in the middle of Montana in a mountain. But there's colours everywhere. It looks really pretty, really gorgeous. And another game, I guess, that would make the most of this Xbox One X.
Right. Well, and maybe that's just a bigger trend too in the industry. We're moving away from these browns and gray shooters.
Misery.
And really using our color palette. So that's really cool.
And of course, you have these consoles now that can deal with HDR, so you have that full gamut of color even more so.
Yeah, absolutely.
Next up, what do we have next up?
That was Ubisoft. Now,
next.
Bethesda. So I covered Bethesda with Timothy Seppala, our colleague, and it was interesting.
It was mayhem, wasn't it?
It was mayhem. So the show itself was really cool, actually, because they had a carnival. It was this like creepy, broken down carnival set up in the middle of LA, and it had
which is really what you want when you're hauling around a laptop at the end of the day of the first busy day of E3.
Yeah, at like 9 p.m. Really, really where I wanted to be. Honestly though, creepy carnival, that is my style. I get that. Like that's where I want to be. But it was a little mad. It was a little crazy. They had Fallout imagery and Doom. They had like Doom monsters everywhere, and this little tunnel you could go through. There was a prey section.
Probably Skyrim, because it's been Skyrim everywhere this week.
There was Skyrim. There was Quake. They really did it up, and there was a Ferris wheel, which is cool.
Yeah.
But they had chicken legs and a bar too. It's very notable, because the crowd was excited when the show started.
And this is more of a for fans show. Like the media is there, but it's very much more for the gamers, for you guys to kind of scream at the game you love. And there's lots of like fan service, and it's all about you guys. But there is lots of news as well. But they just kind of punched through it all, didn't they?
Well, they didn't even do it on stage is the thing. Like they had a stage, but they didn't use it. They just really showed a video of all their stuff, which is fine. So they showed off a few VR games.
VR games.
We had ESO, I believe.
Yeah.
And but the one game that really stood out to me at Bethesda was The Evil Within 2.
Ah, yes.
So this
More horror.
Yes, a horror game, but hopefully it's better than the first, because The Evil Within was supposed to be a horror game. It looked like a horror game, but when it played out, it actually really wasn't much of a horror game. So we're gonna see.
This is from the guy that gave us Resident Evil, right?
Resident Evil and Resident Evil 4. He's the director,
the
which
high
is
watermarks.
the best Resident Evil, one of the best games ever, really. So yeah, it's gonna be an interesting horror game. A lot of missing daughter, burning fire,
limbs and things,
limbs and demons, and so it's pretty dark, pretty gritty, but looks good.
I think the things that like stick in my mind from the show was a new Dishonored segment. Now this is going to be a standalone adventure. I can't remember whether it's DLC or something. I'll assume it was DLC because it looks like the Dishonored 2 engine.
Right.
Anyway, it's about killing the name of the most, the sinister god creature. I want to say the Beyonder, but that's Marvel.
I can't.
Anyway,
sorry.
Sinister god creature that gave everyone their powers. It gave Corvo his powers. So yeah, you're going to go assassinate him apparently. I'm not sure how you assassinate a god, but that sounds like a pretty good pitch.
Very carefully.
Yeah. Don't let him know that you're coming to kill him.
Well,
Yeah.
stop saying. That was Bethesda. Yeah.
That was it, like a lot of VR bits and pieces, Doom VFR. That doesn't seem to be a more like a standard VR thing. It looks like you'll teleport across places, shoot things, teleport again.
Right.
Which makes it more likely to be a more precise shooter, but
maybe. I mean, I love Doom. Like the new Doom is incredible. So playing it in VR is actually really exciting. I want to see those monsters, right up in my face. So that's one that really, caught my eye.
Like first FPS shooters, also FPS even work really well in VR. You're already in that first-person perspective, so
it's good.
It's going to be hard to kind of screw that up. I think it's going to be really good.
Well, and then Fallout VR. There was a floating Pip-Boy. Did you see that? It didn't look too elegant. I'm curious about that one, so we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see how that works in real life. Yeah. And so that was Bethesda, and that was day -2, -1.
-1, I think.
-1.
Maybe.
So that was, then we all went home, cried a little, slept, and then it was back into day 2. What started day 2? Day 1?
PC gaming show.
Ah, yes.
So that was the Intel thing, and
VR, high-powered
VR.
PCs.
VR.
We've already discussed on Engadget, Intel's new chipsets, very powerful. You have NVIDIA doing crazy stuff with very thin, actually stylish-looking gaming laptops. Lots of good stuff going on there.
Yeah.
A few VR teasers. Intel's going to be setting up like a VR gaming league. Other bits and pieces.
Little esports in VR.
Lots of little tiny bits of news that we need to kind of flesh out and hear more about. So we'll probably be talking about that a lot more later this week.
Yeah.
After the PC gaming show, what was next?
Sony.
Never heard of them.
Yeah, who? Sorry.
Sony, yes. So my favorite, Sony PlayStation, which had really bad Wi-Fi.
Oh my gosh, yeah. We were live blogging Sony, and the Wi-Fi was not so great, but it worked out.
Minimal social media things from social influence and media like us. It's because the connectivity was just kind of a nightmare. But that didn't stop us reporting on it. So we had a few guys on the floor, including Jess, dealing with all the reportage from the floor, and then we had our whole team backing them up at hotel rooms and places with good Wi-Fi. And Sony has had so many good E3 presentations up until this year.
Yes.
I was kind of surprised how just okay it was.
Sony is like, they show up at E3. That's what they do. They drop the mic, they show up Microsoft, they rub it in their face. Like, that's what Sony does.
They just do a better E3 than Microsoft every time.
That's usually, that's what the goal feels like. Right. And this year, I really think they missed the mark.
I mean, it was fine.
It was fine.
We saw Uncharted again, which we already know is coming out. We know when it's coming out. We saw a add-on for Horizon.
Right, which was cool.
Yeah.
That was unexpected. I did like that.
Yeah, no one knew that was coming, but it's still a game that already exists.
Exactly.
Then we have a remake of Shadow and the Colossus, a game that's already been remade once.
Yeah.
So they're remaking it. Yeah. And now it'll be coming to PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 4 Pro. What else? Oh, and Spider-Man, which we saw announced last year. We got to see it in action now, so we saw some gameplay. That was the things that we've already kind of seen before.
Yeah.
Notable new stuff all came in with PlayStation VR, it seemed.
Yeah.
So we had Moss, which was a game that put you in the role of a tiny, adorable mouse with a red neckerchief and a sword. Was it actually a sword or was it a leaf or something?
I think it was a real sword, and then he had a leaf on his hand or his arm. He was adorable. It was like Redwall, the video game. I wanted to play it.
Very cute looking.
Yeah.
And again, it's kind of a nice little kind of palette cleanser to the typical VR.
Yes.
What was it? Was it Beta Squad or something? What's that?
There was
team.
Star Child, and then there's the
game was just guns shooting all the time.
Oh my gosh, that was
just shooting.
It was insane.
And then after that came this adorable mouse creature, so it's kind of a nice little imbalance. We also saw Skyrim VR.
Yes.
Now I'm not sure how that's going to work. I'm not sure if that's going to be like a little tiny mini game, but it seemed like you were actually in Skyrim, casting spells, hitting things with stuff.
Fighting stuff.
Skyrim, Skyrim things.
Yeah.
That's pretty exciting. Remember, Skyrim is also going to be coming to Switch soon as well, so it's kind of Skyrim here, there, and everywhere.
But again, that game is how many years old?
Right? People love it though.
They totally do. Like, it's a great experience. I understand why it's coming to these new consoles.
Yeah.
But for Sony, for the show, I honestly don't think they showed off anything coming out in 2017 for sure, except for Destiny.
Right.
They really banked on Destiny too, and this content.
Yeah, you can tell they have like the power over Xbox because they're getting the exclusives. They're getting exclusive maps, weapons, equipment. Like, it's just kind of PlayStation being its chest, knowing it's winning at the moment.
It feels a little cocky.
Yeah, I know. And it's
We'll
funny
see.
because I would have argued PlayStation was also dominating last year, and then they still brought the fight, and they had an incredible year last year.
Yeah.
And we had things like we had no The Last of Us 2 this year, no The Last of Us 2, no more update on the remake of Final Fantasy 7.
Right.
Like Kingdom
Dreams.
Hearts, Dreams.
Where
like
is
Kingdom
that
Hearts,
Media
what
Molecule?
Square Enix is they just kind of shoehorned a trailer in the middle of the night.
Right.
Which is probably morning Japan time, sure, but I woke up to news of this new Kingdom Hearts trailer, and normally I'm on top of that stuff. I'm like, where did this come from?
I know,
How
right?
did this happen?
Yeah.
And who, like, probably means they're not going to have anything new Kingdom Hearts-wise to show to us. I mean, I might be wrong. I'll have to go peep at the Square Enix stand later, but yeah.
No, it was just a little underwhelming as far as Sony shows go usually. But again, they had a wonderful stage, you know, like they do know how to put on a good, solid performance. They had these like 3D or LED curtains that really just kind of brought the screen to life. Like
Right.
you saw things coming, like lights going everywhere when guns were shooting, and there was actual fire on stage, and they had set dressings of caves and forests.
And like compared to Xbox, where it just looks like a giant games console glowing up. I mean, it's still pretty fantastic. But didn't they launch fireworks at the Sony one at one point?
Oh yeah, they had sparklers, they had fire, they had smoke, all the bells and whistles.
That's how you demonstrate confidence, though, right? You
I
know
guess.
you're winning the console war if you're launching fireworks during your event.
Well, you're good then. Yeah,
right.
yeah. But our colleague Billy almost lost his eyebrows when the flames. But he got some good photos,
I mean,
so
Billy
that's
has
okay.
a shaved head to begin with. There's not much, hair left on that head
So
to
it's
kind
fine.
of get rid of. He's fine.
He's fine.
He's fine. He's in the hospital now. He's fine.
He's fine.
And that was it. That was the end of day 0. And now we start today. Nintendo wrapped up early in the morning, but we're going to talk about that tomorrow.
Yeah, I think so.
And we have
Yeah.
now, like, I wish we could show you, like, we have media now just swarming across the show
I
floor.
know. There's
We
a
have
bunch
we
of
have-
people
We
here.
have an Engadget editor here and there, just tackling things.
Yeah.
But yeah, the show has finally started. We get to
Here it
play
is.
stuff. What are you looking forward to playing?
Oh man. I don't even know. You know, I really want to try out Shadow of War
Ooh.
because I'm just intrigued by how they're going to handle this.
Is that an Xbox exclusive or?
No,
cross-platform?
that's going to be cross-platform, as far as I know. But that one looks cool. Honestly, if they're going to show off Beyond Good and Evil 2, love to play it. I don't think they
I
are.
don't think there's going to be anything to play there.
Yeah. So,
I mean, I'm looking forward to get my hands on Ni no Kuni 2. That's probably what I'm going to do after this, actually.
Oh, yeah.
I'm a huge fan of that, and we'll have Ni no Kuni stuff on stage later this week, which is exciting. But yeah, apart from that, that's us wrapped up for today.
yeah.
Come back with us tomorrow. We'll be here at the same time, talking hopefully about stuff we played. We have a whole day to play stuff. We also have a whole stage show. So I did want to say, actually, Engadget stage is new at E3, so this is our first time. It's awesome. Look at all these beautiful consoles we've got.
We're going to play games.
We got Switch. We have like a bajillion controllers.
We're very excited.
So we're playing some stuff on stage. We'll be showcasing some of the new games, and we have guests. We have people to talk to. We'll be talking about VR, talking about the effect the game is having on our society.
We're going to have an Xbox One X on stage, a mock-up
Oh.
design.
When is that?
I believe it's tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
But
so-
check the schedule on Engadget.com for,
Yeah, so if you
for
really
that.
want to
Yeah.
have a proper up-close look at the Xbox One X, tomorrow is the time to do it. I'll be here on stage live at E3. Thank you very much for watching. We will be back tomorrow. I'm Matt Smith, UK Bureau Chief at Engadget.
I'm Jessica Condit, Senior Reporter at Engadget.
Have a great E3, guys. Now we're going to do fake talking as if we're talking on
Because we are talking. Awesome.
And I'm Nathaniel. I work on a game called Songbringer, and it's a kind of like a procedurally generated Zelda-like game.
Yeah, and that's actually where I want to start. So, Songbringer has so many cool features, like this procedural generation. You can create worlds by typing in certain letters, and yeah. But the whole game, on top of this sci-fi kind of like fantasy world where you're running around, it's still based on a pretty violent premise, because you are just kind of wandering around slaughtering things, and that seems to be the default for a lot of video games. Can you talk about why you decided to go with like a hack and slash kind of game, or where that comes from?
Sure. Well, I don't know. I guess it's because like I have mixed feelings about violence and aggression and all that. Like, on one hand, I hate gore. I actually really dislike, it upsets me to see gratuitous gore. And so, but on the other hand, I sort of have a fascination or an interest in aggression, or like martial arts and kung fu and like defensive arts and things like that. So, I don't know, my take on the whole thing is, yeah, there's probably moral issues and things like that, but to fulfill my own desire for sort of like aggression, I just like to tone it down to the point where it's not human, and it's not like, you're not attacking humans, you're not murdering, you're not killing, humans. There's no red blood, there's only black stuff and stuff like that. I do have mixed feelings on the whole matter, though, and I'm actually interested to hear what other people have to say on the matter, because I don't know what to say.
No, I mean, and I wonder, did you ever think about making a game, like a similar game, but that didn't involve like stabbing or anything? Was that ever a consideration, or is that just when you're making a game, that's the first place, it's kind of easy to go there, right?
With this game, I wanted to create something with swords.
Yeah.
So it kind of had to be something like that. But I could definitely see that in the future, doing something without that.
Yeah.
Songbringer has this like there's 2 dungeons which are they take away your sword, and you're completely at just doing puzzles, and you use your meditative skill to get past certain things. So it could be an interesting route to try a game completely without violence.
Yeah. And well, speaking of a game without violence, so you've built Gone Home, obviously, which is the famed walking simulator, so it is called. But you also worked on BioShock. Yeah. So what's your approach?
Well, I think that violence, conflict is very appealing for game developers, right? Because it creates an instant sense of tension. There's stakes. Also, as game players, we've learned that language, right? We know exactly how to interact with that already. And as game designers, we know immediately, like, you can have enemies, and you can have attacks, and you can have different kinds of weapons and things like that. It's kind of like we've populated our designers' toolboxes with all of these tools that are very sharp and pointy, sort of thing. We've chosen these from the beginning. And it does take, I think, a bit of work to look at games and think, if we were to try something else, if we were to deliberately take these tools and throw them out and see what else we could make, what does that leave us with?
Right.
And I think that there's room for other things there, right? I mean, Gone Home wasn't necessarily explicitly trying to, it didn't have a moral stance about like violence is bad or anything like that.
Right.
But we did know that to make this kind of game, we needed to remove the idea of enemies, of shooting and things like that. And so that came back to, what do you do if you're in a first-person game and you don't have a gun, and you don't have enemies wandering around? Like what comes out of that? The same thing with my current game, actually, where the water tastes like wine. I did not want to include combat in that either, and I started to try and think about what other approaches you can take. Like what can you do to have interesting moments and potentially even conflict without violent conflict.
Right. So, okay, you guys are developers, obviously, but I assume you started as players first, right? So, when you were growing up, or when you were first playing games, what was like the most violent game that you guys played that really sticks out in your mind?
I mean, when the original Doom came out, I was, of course, a player of that. That
Sure.
was a big one.
That's a good one.
I played all the first-person shooters, Doom, Quake, everything else coming up through there. I do remember I played a game called Carmageddon that I believe was
Yes.
banned in some countries at one point, things like that. So I think I got the whole gamut of violent video games with a lot of gore in them and things like that.
Yeah.
For me, I was going to say Doom as well, but Mortal Kombat was one of the first ones where I was
That's
like,
the one.
That's probably where I got my distaste for gratuitous violence, because you look at something like Street Fighter versus Mortal Kombat, they're the same kind of game almost, but one goes overboard with how much, the gore, and the other one doesn't. So, I don't know, in some ways I think it kind of respects the player when you don't put in gore, but in some senses some players want gore, and I don't know.
Yeah, well, it's like that language. We have that foundation. A lot of players expect gore, well, especially in Mortal Kombat, right? But so yeah, you guys have history with violent games. I mean, and violence in games, that's such a broad term anyway, right? We're talking more about portrayals of a pretty extreme, like actual gore like you're talking about. So we looked back, and now I want to look a little forward. How do improved graphics change the audience's relationship and the player's relationship with violence and with gruesome details? Like, does VR make violence, more real? Does it change how we actually shoot people in video games? So how do you guys think about the future of gaming in terms of violence?
I think the VR question is really interesting. One of the things, I'm not super experienced with VR. I'm not a developer of VR, and I've only done a very few things in it. But one of the things that interests me most about it is the fact that some of the tricks that we rely on as creators no longer work in VR anymore. It's very difficult to do your sort of like Doom, twitchy, running around, shooting things all the time games. Mm-hmm. You have to work really hard to put compelling gun battles into VR. And I hope that gives us that throws that toolbox out for us and forces us to develop new tools for what are the interesting things to do in VR. I also think that there is, people talk about how much more intense everything feels in VR, and that's an experience that I've had myself. Like you spend 10, 15 minutes in there and it's like you're almost exhausted, right? By the experience. And I think that will also dissuade creators from putting in as much violence, because it will just be overwhelming, honestly. And it might be too much for a lot of people to take.
And Doom is coming to VR, so hey, I guess we'll see how overwhelming that is.
I think there's kind of an overall trend, not just in video games, but even in movies and TV shows, where it seems like gore is more and more popular. Mm-hmm. And I hope that trend changes in the future, but I don't know if it will, because I think realism is what all our graphics are going towards, and it's almost like people desire that realism, and so for some people, gore is realism. Right. You know what I mean?
Right.
I still think that there's a great way to tell your story and have conflict and have that conflict resolved and everything without necessarily needing that gore. So I really hope that some developers kind of turn the trend, but I don't know if it will.
Right. Well, and both of you are on that path. Like, your game is violent, but in a way that respects death almost, or respects the process. And then obviously we have Where the Water Tastes Like Wine and Gone Home and all those. So speaking of film and all these other mediums as well, obviously video games are not the only medium to have killing and violence and blood and gore. So do you ever think the mainstream audience will see video game violence the same way they see film violence? Or will video game violence always be a little different, a little separate? What do you think? It's a big ask, I know. That's a pretty large question. It's hard.
Something that we've talked about for a long time, right? Is, does the interactivity of video games bring people more into what they're doing, right? Does it have a different effect than passively watching the same kind of violence or whatever else you're doing? Yeah. And I think that like a lot of people have tried to use games to teach various things. Mm-hmm. We're trying as artists to affect emotional and other change in our audience.
Right.
And I think that you can't embrace that on the one hand while also saying making people shoot, you know, brown folks overseas virtually for forever will have no effect. You know, I think there's got to be a balance there of like at what level are we asking the player to become this person that is performing these acts, and at what point does that, I don't want to say train or even desensitize, because I feel like those have been used in the past so much to vilify games.
Yes,
But I do think you have to ask, like, what is that really what we want out of video games and out of what the experience of video games is and can be?
Yeah. Any thoughts, sir?
I kind of think there was at one point a separation in people's minds as to what a game felt like to be playing and interacting with the graphics and things like that. I think there was a separation in people's minds that this is a video game, it's not a movie, it's not really real life. But now, our graphics are so real and everything is so almost, it looks like movies. If you look at any of the showcases we've seen here at E3, they look like movies. They're playing like movies. They're voice actors and everything. And I think it really is, I think we've crossed that line where video games and movies are almost the same in people's minds. And I guess that's it.
We're nearly there. Like, so video games are becoming more mainstream, obviously. Look around, we're in this huge coliseum. So I think more people are becoming aware of video games, but my mic just cut out and it totally threw me for a loop. That's okay. So as video games evolve and reach more and more people, I wonder. All right, guys. I wonder first how. That's okay. How you guys use video game violence? How you use violence in your game? So you don't really use any, but how do you approach violence when you're thinking about video games? Like, do you think about that actively and say?
So yeah, I mean, I think when I set out to make Where the Water Tastes Like Wine, I explicitly made the choice that, there isn't going to be any fighting, there isn't going to be anything like that in this game. There is, in a way, violence in the game, and this is stretching a little bit in that you see the results of a lot of like kind of systemic violence throughout the game.
Right.
I think that there's also, I don't know, something that, there was a game that I played many years ago that was called Hey Baby. I don't know if you're familiar with this game at all. It was a little indie title, and it came out, I don't know, I mean, it was free, you know, and it's a very minimal experience. What it is it's the experience of a woman walking down the street being catcalled constantly.
Right.
And you're playing this woman in first person, and you have a gun. And basically the game is about shooting the catcallers as they approach you, sort of thing. And it's this, when it came out, I wrote a blog post that was very like, the violence in this game, I don't think that this is the right approach and everything like that. Mm-hmm. And then a bunch of smarter people than I looked at this game and said, hey, this is interesting, this is cathartic, this is saying something about catcalling, about things like that. And so I feel like as a creator, I'm not entirely ready to dismiss violence, even maybe gratuitous violence, wholesale from video games or from even my work.
Right.
I think there are still ways to use violence to make a point, to empower people who are not normally empowered, perhaps even.
Right.
Because I think there's a fundamental difference in reproducing the patterns that we see in reality of powerful people using violence against less powerful people.
Right.
And that's mostly what we see in like war games and things like that, right? And then there's a difference between that and putting the tools in the hands of the oppressed and maybe seeing what results from that. And I think there's a line to walk there, absolutely, where you turn into revenge fantasies or other things that maybe aren't exactly what I'm talking about. But I think there's still room basically to explore violence in a creative way without eschewing it entirely.
Right, and like, so violence isn't inherently a bad thing to have. Like, obviously, we're not saying we're just talking about violence. It's not a bad thing to have in a game, because I love that word you used, catharsis. There are so many experiences where I've been playing a game, and yeah, it feels good, just like it feels good to maybe punch a pillow every now and then, just like it feels good to daydream to yourself about telling off your boss or whatever. Mine's over there, it's okay. I don't do that.
Just daydream,
but,
of course. Yes.
Yeah, but it's kind of that same idea of just getting it out. And using it as an outlet that actually makes the user feel powerful. So do you have any thoughts on the power of violence in video games?
Yeah, well,
When has it been effective, maybe, or how could it be?
power of violence. I mean, I'm with you guys on this whole concept of the catharsis. You really bring up a really important point, because sometimes that is the only thing that can bring on catharsis, you know, a change. When crisis happens, sometimes the only way out, well, I guess maybe not, but maybe
Yeah.
the most cathartic way to solve that problem or that issue or that crisis is to use violence.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
yeah, so as
Yeah.
far as myself, I don't know if I ever consciously made that choice as far as like violence. Should I put violence in my game? How am I going to ever like tell a story? I never really consciously was aware that I was using violence or not. You know, I guess
Yeah.
this whole talk is really helping me realize, like, oh wow, I guess I just subconsciously put violence in my game. So
Because it's
now
the
that
default.
I'm aware of that, maybe it's a choice from now on. Maybe there's other ways to tell the story. Maybe there's other ways to justify a story resolving.
Right.
I think there's also a difference between kind of consequence-free violence, let's say, and things like that you see all too often in video games,
Yeah.
and recognizing and giving proper weight to the violence and the consequences of your violence.
Right.
I think there's a number of great art games that have come out, and I'm blanking on the name right now, but there's this fantastic game about being a drone operator where you're actually flying drones
Yes.
and
I know that game.
and actually killing people on the other side of that, and that really treats that act with a lot of weight, you know,
Yeah.
and it uses the violence of that system to kind of bring to light what perhaps being a drone pilot is like, or at least make us think about that sort of thing. And I think
Right.
that's a lot more thoughtful approach to the whole question than most games get at.
Right. Well, yeah. Go ahead.
Going off of that, I like what you just brought up there, because sometimes art is something that helps us as humans see, is this what we want? You know, is this
Right.
how we want things
Absolutely.
to be? So when it comes to like things like drones and being a drone operator and having to use your drones to kill other human beings, like, is this what we want as a society, as
Right.
a humanity? I think it brings, so in some ways, violence can be something that causes us to question whether we really want to do this or not. And maybe it's even kind of like a history lesson as well, where as we look at it, we learn something from the past, or from the video game, we learn what we want.
Well, yeah, because I mean, video games, just like other art mediums, they hold a mirror to reality, right? So violence is in video games because there's violence in real life. There are real wars. There are really people getting murdered. Like, I mean, there's all kinds. So it's not necessarily saying video games specifically have a problem with violence or anything. Like, that argument has never really held water to me, because it's just another art form. And the immersion aspect of it, I think, is where historically people have gotten scared. So this idea that you are the person pulling the trigger, and is that going to lead to something else? But I don't think that's ever held water, and I'm pretty sure that's been shown over and over throughout the years, despite attempts from some officials to link video games and shootings or whatever. So the state of the world. Can we learn anything about the state of the world from the video games we're seeing? We're seeing more narrative stories. We're just seeing more games in general. But I think we are seeing games that aren't focusing on violence as much. So are you guys noticing that trend as well?
Yeah, and I think that even the games that do focus on violence, I mean, if you look at Doom or Quake or things like that, like I could not really tell you the story of either of those games, right? Like they were a very thin wrapper around the idea of wandering around shooting things.
Yeah.
At least even the very hyper-violent war games these days put an effort in to give more context to the violence,
Right.
to like provide reasons and things like that, even when they're very, still not much thicker than Doom's story was, perhaps. But there's, I think people are considering that more, going forward. Is the holistic experience and not just the moment-to-moment killing stuff. Yeah.
Even AAA, like at the top level, that's
Right.
happening.
Yeah, and of course in the indie sphere, there's people trying to tell all kinds of different kinds of stories, right? With violence, without violence, everything, which is really, of course, exciting to see, and that's why I'm doing it.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, I think we are seeing a trend where, I mean, we have so many more games these days that it's almost like to find your own niche as a creator is something that maybe you find your niche through a non-violent type of storytelling or so I think that we are seeing a lot more of that because of how many games there are these days, and I like seeing that. I like seeing a really creative look at games in general, and I think
You're
I think
making
we're
one
gonna see
too,
more of that.
so yeah, absolutely. All right, thank you guys
Thank you
very
so much. Yeah.
for joining me.
Thank you.
Okay, and that was it. That was us from E3, I guess. Sorry. Thanks for joining us. Tune into Engadget.com for all the news from E3, and we're going to be playing these guys' games a little later this week too, so we'll have some thoughts on those, I'm sure. Thanks, guys. Thanks.
Thank you.
Now we're just gonna.
Yep.
Pretend.
Drop it low, let me play that back.
Welcome back to Engadget at E3. I'm Anita Sarkeesian, and I'm joined by Harvey Smith, co-creative director at Arcane Studios. You have a very impressive pedigree of System Shock, Deus Ex, the 2 Dishonored games. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I was only the lead tester of System Shock, but somehow I get credit for it.
It's on your Wikipedia page. It counts.
Yeah, that's right. But I started in games in '93, and even though I've worked on other stuff along the way, I mostly have been dedicated to this kind of blend of RPG and shooter that is a little slower paced and more exploration based.
Yeah. Well, so I really loved Dishonored 2. I thought it was just an incredible game, and one of the things that I really adored about it was how vast the world was. Like, I was actually kind of pissed that I couldn't look at everything.
Yeah.
Because I just didn't have enough time to uncover all of the story and all of the little details. Like, what goes into something like that?
Yeah, it's part of our sort of DNA as a studio. The Arcane was founded by my friend Rafael Colantonio like 18 years ago. I've been there 9 years now. It's hard to believe. I've been there longer than I've been anywhere else,
wow.
Which is surprising even to me. But the level design culture and the art culture there is all about creating a plausible, coherent world that's simultaneously familiar and someplace you've never seen before, and trying to embed as much of the history or the storytelling into the walls themselves, you know?
Yeah.
Now the downside of that is we do a lot of work that people don't see, because we do, like, I don't know, 5 or 6 times more work than you can see in one pass of the game. And because it's not like a multiplayer arena game, you don't just play the maps over and over and over and over. So most people play through once, and you have the sense the whole time that there's more here than you can actually see.
Yeah.
And we like that. Whether you play Corvo or Emily, you have different mechanics. Whether you go this way or that way, there are some missions you can partially skip, you know, so it's a lot of elective content.
Yeah, and it's I love that, because it's this world where you can discover all of these little elements, but also I got to the end of the game, I was like, I think I missed something, right? And so you look at forums and you're like, oh, there's all of this narrative about different characters that you don't get because you may have missed that artifact, but there's something still special about that. Like, the amount of work that goes into that is incredible.
I mean, it's good to hear you say that there's something special about it, because for us, it's like a problem to solve, you know? It's like, we love this, but wow, we're spending all of this time and money making stuff that a large percentage of the audience doesn't see. But that's the kind of game that we love, you know, that it just feels like your decisions actually matter, and that you can be expressive in how you play, and no 2 players have exactly the same experience. That's very meaningful to us, and the degree to which people care about different things in a game like Dishonored is really surprising, you know, because we knew we were making the game for a bunch of overlapping circles, stealth players, people who like the fantasy world, whatever, people who would gravitate toward Corvo or Emily, like, but it's really true in Dishonored.
And so there is a sense that you are trying to appeal to all of these different play styles, right? It's not just like, well, we have this and this, but not this third or fourth thing. Like, there's so many different ways to interact in this world.
Yeah. I hope it doesn't come across like that. Like, let's make the game that will somehow appeal to everyone, because it's not that either.
Yeah.
But it is definitely like a 7-headed Hydra or something.
Yeah. Okay, so, you know, I was one of some voices that were very critical of Dishonored 1.
Right.
While it was a really impressive game, it wasn't so good to women. And so it was such a treat to see Dishonored 2 come out, and, you know, you can play as Emily, the marketing was Emily, it was just this big push, and it was very clear that there was at least some conversation that happened internally around that. I'm assuming that that was an intentional choice.
Yeah, I mean, I want to answer the question, but I always feel like, even though it's very basic for you, for other people that may be listening, I always want to answer the question, like, because some game developers are like, I hate critics. Come try to make a game and then criticize the game.
Wait, they don't like critics?
Yeah.
I've never heard that before. Yeah.
And so I always say, I love critics, because in part, besides video games, I also come from like a literary background, and I've always just felt like reading the book and then reading the criticism, then reading the book again is the ultimate way to experience something. Same with film, and it should be true for video games too. You know, everybody loves Lester Bangs, you know, of a certain generation. It's like, here's a person that will tell you how to appreciate more a thing you already love, and also cite the problems with it. So I love critics. I love that kind of stuff. We internally sat down. Well, your comment, which I will always remember, I'll take it to my grave, is
well, I don't even know if I remember it.
I'm going to get it wrong too now, watch. And everybody online will be like, aha, idiot. But
it was something like, while Dishonored is a game that does many things very well, the roles that it has for women are very narrow. And, you know, at first you take some criticism and you're like, wait a minute. And then you go look and it's like, wow, every woman in Dishonored 1 is either a servant, a prostitute, a witch, a queen, or a little girl. I think
or
maybe
dead.
Or
Killed.
Or killed,
yeah. Right.
Or a mistress. We have a mistress also.
Sure.
But anyway, so, you know, that was not an intentional choice. And so when something like that pops up, you can get defensive if you want. Or you can say, guys, let me just ask this. Did we mean that? And the answer is no, we did not mean that. Would the game be worse if we took an action on this, or would the game be better? The game would be richer and more interesting. And so from our DLC forward, the Brigmore Witches and Knife of Dunwall, which fans really love. That's the first appearance of Delilah, and you get to play Dowd, which people love. It's the first appearance of Billy Lurk. We did that we shipped Dishonored in 2012. We did that in 2013. And so we made a deliberate role to bring about more interesting roles. We had a union boss. You know, we had, I think that's the first place where we introduced our female gang members. And so we just kept extending that to try to hit some sort of more plausible balance in the world. You know, if you study history, women often get written out of history, of course, but women did just as many interesting jobs and mundane jobs as, you know, they do today, you know. So in any case, we carried it over into Dishonored 2. We're very happy we did.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's this interesting thing, right? Like, I'm explicitly a feminist critic, so I'm explicitly looking for these things. And that, you know, love Dishonored, and it was just such a huge, it's this idea of you can be critical of the things you love, and having creators take that without being defensive about it, and actually like taking it in and saying, well, do we want to do this differently? Maybe you don't. Maybe you're super cool with doing it that way, and other developers who are good with like really making a change. And so that was just so heartening in a franchise that I love so much too, right?
Great, good to hear.
So, yeah. Well, so speaking of, the Bethesda press conference announced the Dishonored 2 DLC. I think a lot of fans, like I was like, oh my God, who is that? And then all of a sudden you see it's Billy, and you're like, oh, what is this? If she's a fan favorite for a lot of us, but for people who don't know who she is, what should they know about her?
Yeah, so Billy Lurk is the protagonist of The Death of the Outsider, which the name carries a bit of a spoiler with it. And it feels to me like the arc of the 8 years of Dishonored that our team has worked on, you know, like that 8-year arc is coming to a close, and whatever we do or don't do in the future will be different than this, because this has been all about Corvo and Emily and Jessamine's death, and Dowd's role in that, and Billy's role in that. And so it's constantly turned back inward to this event about the assassination of an empress, about the assassination of a world leader, you know, in our world. And so in The Knife of Dunwall, you play Dowd, a legendary assassin, and pretty much his right hand is Billy Lurk, who he found as a young girl. And we portray Dunwall as just like a very uneven society. Some people bathe in gold-plated bathtubs and other people eat garbage, you know, and it's the ultimate result of these policies that, instead of bringing people back to the middle, further divide the rich and the poor.
Yeah.
And we did a lot of historical research into London and, you know, different periods of time. But anyway, so Billy was found as a young girl by Dowd and trained, and she was a fan favorite. And then we decided to use her, and this is a big spoiler, turn off the TV or whatever, your Twitch stream or whatever.
I mean, don't. But
yeah, but don't. But cover your ears if you're delicate here. But, you know, we decided at some point in Dishonored 2 to rename her, and because at the end of the DLC, we showed her going into hiding, basically leaving, and to give her a new name and a new identity. So she was kind of this like bitter, lost boat captain named Megan Foster, who got the biggest role in the game. We brought in Rosario Dawson to do that. She nailed it. But it always felt like if we get the opportunity, she's going to find herself at the end of this, or she's going to go back on a quest for meaning, hunt down her old mentor, who's very old now, and have a story to play about the end of this arc, this particular arc in the Dishonored world. And so that was really exciting. We wanted for years to be able to do that. We kept it a big secret. And the difference, the way Rosario Dawson plays her as Megan and Billy is very, very different. And so you'll see in the trailer that we've got, she's not marked by the outsider. She has an artifact from the void that he's given her. She has a thing in her eye called the sliver of the eye, which is from an older artifact called the Eye of the Dead God. But anyway, so she's a super interesting character, mechanically and fictionally. We love her.
Yeah, and you can see the trailer behind us that was announced for the game. Yeah, the aesthetics and the focus on the eye and the claw wrist thing.
Yeah.
I'm interested in how her style is different because how does she differ from what Emily and Corvo have?
Well, I guess fictionally you could dig in, and like Emily was young and leaving the protection of her palace for the first time and experiencing the world. And Billy's been around a while. She and Dowd are like old hands at this, and they've seen the whole theme of Dishonored is like when you have power concentrated, you can use it one way or the other.
Yeah.
And she's seen how concentrated power can be used against the vulnerable, right? So fictionally, she's a lot different than Emily is for sure.
Does she play differently? Yeah.
Yeah, mechanically, she's not marked by the outsider, so you don't have a wide range of powers to choose from. We carefully chose these powers that she has. She has a mobility power where she can leave an invisible marker in the world and then move to it at any point. So that means what you see there, where it looks like she blinks through the wall, that's probably theoretically what's happened there. She left a marker in the hall, and then she's going to deal with this guy if he turns his back this way, but if he doesn't, she's going to go back to the marker. That's what the player would do there.
Awesome.
And we have a mode we call OG Plus, where after you finish it once, the original game plus, you can actually play it again with some of the powers that Corvo and Emily had. So you can play Billy with her powers, or you can go back and play her with some of their powers.
Okay, that sounds awesome. Well, I'm super looking forward to it. Do you release a date for that?
Yeah, Death of the Outsider is the latest standalone chapter in the Dishonored world, and it comes out September 15th this year.
Awesome. I'm really looking forward to it. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll be back.
Drop it low and let me play that back.
We're back at E3. The Engadget stage is live. I'm Jessica Condit,
I'm Richard Lawler.
and we're with Engadget. We're gonna play Towerfall.
Sounds good.
Yeah, there's no real reason to play it right now. It's just because I like it.
And I've never played it. So we're going to do a little co-op before we get to the verses, just so I can get my feet wet.
So Towerfall is, I mean, this came out, oh man, maybe 2012 or so, 2013.
Yeah, this has been around.
But it is, like, I still play it all the time in my house. We won't do hardcore yet. Hang on. We'll start on normal. So it's just, it's a quick one button. What do you want?
There are a whole 3 buttons.
Yeah, there are a few buttons. Not one. Okay, it's not one button. You're right. But oh, this is a little laggy. Okay. Now I have to talk and play games at the same time. So this is from Matt Makes Games. Matt Thorson is the developer,
And
it is super fun. There you go. So right now we're just playing co-op, so I can't actually kill Richard yet, but I'm going to. Don't worry about it. These slimes are the death of me every time.
Oh
I hate
my.
them.
Yep.
They're so easy to avoid, but I never can.
Oh, no.
And so everyone knows I'm green, you're blue.
I'm the one that's dying constantly.
I've died too. We're good. This game gets incredibly hard
my
too.
God.
This is the easiest first level. How you feeling?
I'm going to lose when we start playing against each other, aren't I?
No, you're good. You're good. Look at that. That was great.
Yep.
I have too many arrows here. Have some.
So, why am I constantly running out of arrows?
Because you got to pick them up.
Ah, I see.
That's part of the charm of this game, is running out of arrows and trying to hunt someone down. Because you can kill people by jumping on them too, on their heads, and that's always fun. Super Booper. There's like a trophy you can get that's Super Booper for landing on everyone's heads. And this game actually had some like tournaments and stuff. A bunch of indie developers would get together in San Francisco and do tournaments, and there's a world champion, or San Francisco champion, I guess you could say. And they do some incredible, insane moves that I would never be able to pull off. Ah! Okay. Oh no, I died!
This is that.
How's the show going for you so far?
Busy, but I was just at the Capcom booth playing Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, so that was not bad at all.
So yeah, and that's like totally new. I haven't seen any gameplay personally.
The demo is out if people want to try it at home.
Oh,
I
yeah?
got to try the story mode. It's 2v2 now instead of 3v3. And you can, oh my god, we're out of lives already. Oh my goodness.
Let's
try.
Let's go head to head.
Let's do it.
Okay.
Let's go for it.
But so Marvel vs. Capcom was pretty cool though?
Yeah, it was nice. Now you can switch characters at any time instead
okay.
of just most of the time.
Ooh. Okay, so brambles, drill arrows. I know what all these are. You have no idea. How about exploding arrows?
Let's do it.
Does that sound fun? Okay. So this is, yeah, because there's so many different arrows, there's so many different modifiers we can do. We can totally change the entire game.
Yeah.
Like give us double jumps and like exploding corpses, so every time you die.
Oh my god. Uh-oh.
Okay. If you kill me first, I'm gonna be very upset.
Wait!
One. Oh
Now
yeah,
they put
we
me
get
on
to
the
watch
Summer
it.
Jam screen.
And I can even slow it down a little if we want. We can make it nice and slow.
Okay.
It's okay. There used to be an option to like automatically GIF your gameplay
Oh my god.
right after you watched it. Okay, I lined that one up for you. That was yours.
But
That was really good.
my ego appreciates it. Yup.
Everyone joining us, this is Towerfall. We're playing Towerfall by Matt Makes Games because we like it.
So was this originally a PlayStation Plus game, or did it come out that way later? I feel like it was at some point.
I was gonna die there. Sorry. You know, as far as I know, I remember only playing it on PlayStation, so I think it came out as a PlayStation game, and then it was it was part of the indie push that Sony was really into a few years ago, and they still are, but this was one of the real big breakouts.
I thought I could escape.
That was very close. You tried. I love that.
The extra explosion just highlighted.
No, we're gonna do some crazy modifiers. Like, exploding corpses is one of my favorites because I always just end up directly on top of whoever I kill, and then I die immediately after. Oh, look!
Oh.
Or I just blow myself up. That's fine. All right. So do you play a lot of couch co-op games? Because this is not online. You can only play couch co-op with this.
The only real couch co-op games I've been playing lately are Don't Starve Together.
Oh my gosh, yes. One of the best. Sorry.
I got trapped when I went down there. I was like, okay, I can escape out the bottom. Nope.
You can blow those up. The rickety ones, you have to blow them up though. You can't shoot them otherwise. What were you saying? Which games do you play? I'm just trying to distract you so I can kill you easier.
Yeah, I picked up on that. Oh no.
Oh, you killed yourself? I didn't even have to do it. Oh no.
It seemed like such a good plan at the time.
It was, until it wasn't. Okay. Modifiers.
Bubble Breaker Award.
That's good. You broke my shields.
Yes. Okay, so what modifiers can we choose?
So, variants here. All of these are different ways to play the game, basically. So, yeah, no auto balance. Let's see. We don't need that. We can do treasure. We can do regenerating arrows. Anything?
What happens when you have the toy arrows?
Was that these?
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's find out. I don't think I've tried that one. Okay, toy arrows and shields, wings. Oh, speedy boots. You want to be super fast? Yeah. And we have to do exploding corpses because I've talked about it way too much at this point. We won't do lava. No, we don't need always lava. We'll play with those in a second.
Okay.
But all right. Play to 5. Let's do this. All right.
I'm ready. I'm ready for my big comeback.
All right.
You may have had a 3-1 lead, but.
Well, see, now you got the feel of it, and I'm an old vet, so I'm all cocky. And, I'm gonna totally drop the ball. All right. This is before we start, don't shoot me. Don't do it.
Okay.
These are bramble arrows, so you're gonna get. You don't have bramble arrows now, but this level has them. Mm-hmm. I'm just taking your shield.
Thank you.
Where they're gonna shoot out and just totally take over where they land, and they'll turn into thorns that'll kill you or me. So you can kill yourself with your own arrows. Good to know. Like these. Ha! Ah! Okay. Oh my gosh. Ah! So what kind of games do you usually play?
I'm more about the shooters at this point, and the racing games, of course.
Like Overwatch?
Oh, wait.
Yes, that was,
yeah, so... So is there anywhere to escape, or once that happens, we're just trying to stay in the middle?
Yeah, you just have to stay in that little, because they push us together, to kill us. Oh, it's awful. Oh man, I don't know. So these toy arrows just don't do anything, I guess.
No,
okay.
No, they do absolutely nothing.
Perhaps that's why I've never used them. Yes. I'm the queen. Yay.
Right now, Forza Horizon is what I'm all about.
Oh, nice.
Also, Overwatch, of course.
Of course. On PS4?
Oh no, on Xbox One.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay.
I have it on PS4, but I play most. Wait, what?
Strange.
Oh, that's the bramble.
Oh, the
that
brambles,
you were talking about.
It was all dark there, you couldn't see them. Haha, sorry. And that's like the thing with this map, because I'm green, I blend in so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so there are like blue maps where you would do really well, so maybe we can find one of those. These silly toy arrows, this is so ridiculous. Ah! Like, what is this? I just stand here and do nothing? Ah! It's like they put a safety feature in a video game for no reason. I thought you were gonna explode.
Safety always.
And this can go up to 4 players too,
Okay.
which is super
Yeah,
cool.
I-
That
and I-
gets
and I
more
can see
exciting. Yeah.
It's a lot like Joust, but not.
I get that vibe. Yeah. And it's kind of that same era of games too. Oh
Yeah.
crap! See, I do that. I stand right on the corpse. My bad. It's so funny. I just hosted a panel about violence in video games, and here we are, like, oh,
Yeah.
I'm standing on your corpse. I'm gonna shoot you. That's how it goes. So do you do a lot of indie games? Sounds like you're more into the mainstream stuff.
More the mainstream, but I do play some indie games. Like Don't Starve was nice. Also, that The
Right.
Flame in the Flood was a really good game. Oh my goodness.
That was close. The Flame in the Flood, yeah, that's a great one.
Did it to myself.
Did it to yourself. Again.
That was one that kind of came out of nowhere.
Yeah, yeah. And they were former BioShock developers, I believe, that made that game, which is really, really cool. I love seeing AAA developers go indie, you know, like just totally follow their passion.
Got it.
And start their own studios and like build these games that are just incredibly creative and addictive and fun and yeah.
Exactly. I'm sure that everybody has good ideas that maybe don't fit in a Mass Effect,
Right,
but can bring something to the table.
Oh no! I'm the worst. All right, whatever.
From the grave.
From the grave. I almost won. Then I threw it all away. Okay, this is serious now. I have to win. Dang it. Come here, Richard. Come here. Oh, jerk. Boom. And I got away
I
from
thought
your
I had it
corpse.
set up.
You almost did. Oh man, you almost did, yeah. Okay. So now,
Okay,
let's
at least
do...
I got a few kills this time.
Yeah, okay, well you got
Worst accounting.
the Koala Hunter Award, so I guess you hunted koalas during that one.
Yeah.
All right, let's try. Gotcha. Let's try. Not toy arrows, I think, right?
No,
Yeah,
no,
that was
not
not so
that.
good. What about
Something a little dangerous.
bomb arrows? We haven't seen laser arrows yet.
do it.
They're really annoying. Okay. Do you like speed? I like
Turn off the speed.
speed. Turn off speed? What about that? Should we?
No, let's keep that on. That
Awesome.
really might be my only chance.
Awesome. Okay. And now, always dark, slow time, always
What
lava.
does always lava?
It means there's always going to be like lava coming in from the sides or from the top.
Oh, okay. Let's not do that.
Maybe not. It's really hard. This one's fun and it probably looks pretty cool. So let's try that. All right. Let's go to 5. All right, let's do it. You pick the world. Brambles again?
Yeah.
You sadist.
I mean,
Okay.
what can I say? I really love the Game of Thrones spinoff, the Telltale games.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Those games, I love Telltale stuff. And I love what they do with those franchises, too. They expand the stories, I think, in a really cool way.
Yeah. Have you played the new Guardians of the Galaxy game?
No, I haven't. It's on my list, though. It's pretty good.
It seems that way. I haven't
Oh,
actually
you haven't played it?
myself.
Yeah. I really liked...
Wait, why
Was
are
it-
you a ghost?
Oh, dang it. I was invisible. I got one of the power-ups.
Ah.
Yeah. That one's really cool, because if you stand still and, like, crouch down, you totally disappear. Okay. Okay, okay. Oh, that's a laser arrow. Found it. That's great.
So that's how that works.
That's how that works. Okay, so what are we betting on this route, or on this round? Whoever, nothing, we're betting nothing. We should do whoever loses, I don't know. What's a good E3 bet?
Oh, I've never been to the show before. I'm
Oh,
new
that's
to
me.
E3
That's
now.
all me. Okay.
Yeah,
What's a good E3 bet? Anyone? No.
probably
No,
not.
Probably not that.
I got it. You see, I was
That was smooth.
playing
like
possum.
Boom. Nice try.
Yeah, the exploding corpses.
That's so good. It's my favorite. I'm coming for you. This is it. No more messing around.
Oh snap!
Oh, lasers. Okay, lasers.
Yeah, the always scrolling makes it.
It's so tricky. I want to get that little treasure chest. Ah!
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god.
Got me.
This round is never going to end, so it doesn't matter what we bet on it. That's fine. We're just going to keep
Exactly.
killing ourselves until. That's okay. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh.
Oh,
That was
directly
smooth.
off the angle. Okay, I gotta appreciate that.
Holy cow. That was pretty bad. I did not mean to do that. That was an accident. That's okay. I took physics once. Maybe that's why I can do that. Sorry.
I knew I was stuck as soon as it happened.
All right, 2 more.
I gotta at least make this competitive.
So how much coffee have you had this week so far?
All of it.
I've had all the coffee so far this
Oh,
week. I
like
think
every
I need
cup
more,
that
though.
I can find. Oh, there was nowhere to go.
Oh my gosh, laser arrows.
That was not what I was
Never gonna
expecting
end.
when they said laser.
Never gonna end, I know. Well, yeah, because they ricochet everywhere. Okay. Brambles, ooh, yay, my favorite. Okay, I'm gonna kill you with brambles. Oh, that's myself. Woo! Oh my god.
Oh my-
Oh my. That was incredible, actually.
I didn't even see it coming back.
I love that noise. Oh, ow, my hair. Okay.
I'm quite
more.
deadly just only to myself.
Yeah, have I even killed you once this round? I honestly don't know.
I don't think
I
so.
think this is all you, man. And that's it. That's how the West was won. All right. Good games.
Congratulations.
I'm so
Yes.
sorry I didn't go easier on you, but I respect you too much to do that, really. All right.
I'm sure
Thank
that's
you for
what it is.
joining us.
Thanks, everybody,
at,
for watching.
E3. Yeah. Good.
Drop it low, let me play that.
Welcome back to Engadget at E3 2017. I'm Matt Smith, the UK Bureau Chief at Engadget.com, and I'm joined by Amy. Amy, if you'd like to introduce yourself to everyone.
Hi, my name is Amy. I work with the Able Gamers charity. Our goal is to make video games accessible so that everyone can game. I am currently the head video creator and also the zone leader of the Southern California area.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So welcome to E3. You said it's your second year. We were just talking before. Second year at E3.
Yep.
Even busier somehow.
Yes, definitely. Somehow it's even busier.
Somehow they fitted more people in here. Yeah. But we're all getting to grips with it. We're finally, making our way to our appointments. We're getting there on time. It's very LA in that you have to add even more minutes to your commute to get everywhere here.
Yeah.
So we're here today to have a panel discussion about VR, virtual reality, and how accessible it can be, the problems we have already, how we can make it better so that everyone can play. I mean, I'll let you lead off things. So what are the major issues when it comes to virtual reality?
Yeah, so with VR, it's really hard for somebody who has mobility issues to really play those games, especially because a lot of the time it requires two hands to use the controllers. Right. You have to be able to swivel your body around to look around yourself in the environment.
I mean, that's the thing definitely that I was thinking, like, if you have a view button, when it's joypad based.
Yeah, because at least with a controller, you can control the way you're looking with one, but with this, it's you literally have to turn your body.
And even the shape of the controller, you can adjust and make suitable to people. Yeah. So there's just less buttons, I guess. I guess the point is physical movement becomes the input. So like, what kind of ways could how can you make VR more accessible in that way when it comes to mobility and stuff?
So definitely, because already a lot of VR games have an option for if you want to sit instead of be standing, which is great. But it would be even better if there was a third option for somebody in a wheelchair very specifically, because even the sitting option is too high for someone in a wheelchair. People don't realize people in wheelchairs are actually lower than the able-bodied sitting person might be. And then even like having that option will make it so that that person doesn't have to swivel their wheelchair around and do that. It already adds an extra element to the situation.
Right.
Yeah.
Cool. I mean, do you get a lot of response from gamers coming to able gamers like with these issues with VR? Like I understand that VR is still a growing medium, so.
It's we get a lot of people that, well, I personally have had people contact me because they know that I do these sorts of things and talk to people, and they've told me that it's really hard for them because a lot of people use video games as a way to escape reality and to get into this, you can be anything you want to be in a video game. That's what's so great about them. And we've had people contact us that will say, it sucks because with VR, it's like I'm so immersed and I'm so excited, and then I'll have to reach something on a high shelf and I can't, and I have to ask someone for help, and I already have to do that in my normal life. Right. Like, that just takes me right back.
Kind of compounds that issue,
Yeah, so it takes away that experience for people.
Aside from physical disabilities then, what kind of, you were talking earlier about how visual disabilities and that kind of thing. So could you detail that a bit more for me, just so I can understand it?
Oh yes, no, of course.
Else.
Yeah, so I remember at a recent expo, somebody came up to me and they told me that they're blind in one eye. And they said, so how could I play a virtual reality game if I can't see out of one eye? Because I can still play games, that's not the problem. And basically we said, well, the person developing the game would have to make it so that you can turn off half of the screen and only play on like your left side, let's say.
So that would mean a reduced field of vision?
Yes.
Right.
And that's, you're able to do that within a game, but the option has to be available.
It's more work for developers to add to a game.
Yeah, but doing that also allows more people to buy your game, so you get more product out there.
Yeah, so surely that's a good thing, right?
Yeah, that's a good thing.
Right. I mean, are there any particular games or developers that seem very forward-thinking in this and they adjust their games a lot when it comes to virtual reality?
I'm trying to think. I know that we have been, for on the other side, we've seen a lot of issues with a lot of Nintendo consoles are not accessible, and they don't offer as many options. And I know that we've worked a lot more with Xbox, and they tend to be a lot more willing, like with the Xbox Elite controller.
Right,
that
yeah.
controller is great for accessibility in general.
Really?
Yeah, we like to give those to people that might need special equipment.
Right.
And so,
Is it a button reassignment? What makes that controller like so good then?
See, I'm not on that side of
Oh,
things, so
right.
I can't
You just know it's very good.
confidently say, yeah. But I will say that I personally have noticed that Xbox and PlayStation seem to be the two that are very forward-thinking with their equipment in general. So if we can bring that same forward thinking into the VR sphere now while it's brand new and getting big, then you eliminate the issue later of trying to add it in when it's already blown up.
Yeah, right. That makes complete sense to me. I mean, moving beyond, let's go to the more, I want to say shallow, but I'm talking about all the other issues we have with VR, because we've already been moaning about VR on stage before the cameras went on, and there's so many little bits and pieces that aren't quite there yet.
Yes.
I mean, for me, I can only play VR in very short bursts. Like 20 minutes is largely my VR maximum. I get hot and then I get a little bit nauseous, you know. There's a lot of things about it that don't quite work yet, just because it's such a new medium. Like, how are your experiences when you play VR?
I'm the same way as you. I can't play VR for extended amounts of time. I was playing a shooter VR game yesterday, and I had to stop because moving and trying to like dodge away from things jumping at you, you get so into it that you like, I actually almost fell over because I got such bad vertigo because I was like, I feel like I should be moving, not just the controller. And so it really gets you in there.
Right, it does, right? And it's funny like how much incredibly more realistic it's got over a few years. I remember playing with the very first Oculus Rift prototype, so it was ski goggles and duct tape and not so much else. But it was still such an creative, a creative, immersive experience. I played Doom in it and I was like, this is so incredible and so exciting, and that escapism we were talking about earlier, that's all embedded in there. You just got to kind of smooth things out a bit and make it a little bit more playable. Do you ever have issues? I know some friends often complain about like the weight of the headset. How do you feel about that kind of thing? Do you find them comfortable?
They're more comfortable than they used to be, for sure. But they're still not 100% there where like I'm not clamoring to go buy a VR set because it's kind of hard to wear still. So I'm waiting for it to like get all the kinks chipped out before I go
I'm holding
invest.
out myself. I mean, I might, if we see the price of the PlayStation VR headset go down, that might, but it's still quite clunky. It's still a bit.
And if you already own the game, you have to re-buy it just for the VR version.
Yeah, a lot of them, that's completely true.
So it's just a lot of extra money too.
I've already bought Res VR because I just love Res so much. So I'm kind of already guilty of investing in the thing. So we'll see what happens. Are there any other points you'd like to make about how we can bring VR forward towards people with ability challenges?
I think that really it's just the, I think that getting the options in there now while it's in its baby phases, I guess I want to call it, I don't know a better term for it, but getting the options in there right now is the best way to make sure that video games, which is already a beautiful escape for people and a beautiful industry that anybody can get involved in, I think that that's the best way to keep it so that everybody can be in there because it means so much to all of us. So I want everyone to be able to experience all portions of it.
And video games themselves have always been typically have been very accessible compared to other sports and other board games and other kind of recreational activities. They can be designed for these things. So it's kind of exciting to see how they handle things with VR. But that's about all we have time for today. Stay tuned. We'll have more panel discussions and more people playing games on stage very soon. Thank you very much for watching. My name's been Matt at Engadget. I've been joined by Amy from Able Gamer. Please have a Google about the charity and see if you can help them out. Thanks for watching.
Drop it low, let me play that back. Drop it low, let me play that back.
Hey everyone, thanks for joining us. We're here to talk about the future of consumer VR. I'm Devendra Hardwar, Senior Editor at Engadget, and today I'm joined by some great people who know a lot about VR. Dan O'Brien, GM at HTC Vive, hi.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Yeah, Samantha Gorman, co-founder of the Tender Claws, so hi.
Hello.
And it's like an art collective for VR?
Yeah, it's we're artists and a development studio.
Excellent. And Matt Pat.
Hey, glad to be here.
Hi, Matt Pat.
My pleasure.
We're here to talk about game theory.
Are we?
I'm totally ready for it.
I thought we were here to talk about VR. I talked about game theory enough.
Let's get ready for some game theory. But yeah, so last year I think was a great year for virtual reality. We saw all of the consumer platforms launch. We saw Vive, Oculus, PlayStation VR. And now I think a lot of people are asking, what's next? Where are we going? Personally, from my side of the reporting, I've noticed our readers aren't as interested in it as much. I'm still super interested in it. What are you guys thinking? What are the next steps for VR, you think?
From our side, 2016 was a great kickoff year. This year it's really about ecosystem growth, bringing in more partners. We introduced things like the tracker to bring in new peripherals, accessories, software solutions. 17 is really about growing the ecosystem, getting deeper, rich longer experiences, and we're super excited about partners like Bethesda coming in with Doom and Fallout. So yeah,
excellent. You guys have any thoughts? What would you like to see as the next steps for this ecosystem?
Yeah, I think the important thing to remember is, so I'm also an academic, and I actually started in VR in 2002, and was there for 8 years working in a cave research kind of a space. And it was right after the first kind of bubble of VR crashed. So sort of the way I look about VR is thinking about it as a stairway of development, right? And sort of a cycle where there's a growth and an explosion, and then there's a quieter moment where a lot of the progress goes forward, and then you have to be ready for the next sort of element or the spike in growth and explosion. And as a academic, I think I'd like to see headsets that are more like cheaper, consumer ready, more like available to a general population. Also figuring out what content people want to see. As an artist and developer, I'd really like to see our product for Google for Daydream was a really great way to get into VR, but I'd like to see more support for longer quality, long form content for artists and developers.
Gotcha. Matt?
For me, it's interesting because I think one of the biggest challenges right now is just general consumer confusion. You have all different headsets providing a lot of different levels of experience at a lot of different price points. Everything from Google Cardboard advertising itself as like a 360 or VR experience for $1 to the mid-range where it's slot in your phone and kind of take it with you, to the dedicated headsets like the Vive and Oculus where these are super powered machines that are delivering you really immersive 360 VR content. It's incredible, right? But to the average consumer who doesn't follow a lot of this, how do you differentiate these different price points? How do you differentiate these different experiences? And how do you know which one is the one that you should be jumping in on?
Right.
Especially when a lot of these devices are expensive. So I think that's the first step that I want to see, is just more education in the space. And then secondly is, what is that killer app? What is the thing that's going to convince people that this is an experience that I need in my household for my entertainment? I was excited to see Bethesda, announce, hey, here's Fallout 4, hey, here's Doom VR, because now all of a sudden you're seeing developers start to publish like fully fleshed out, really immersive
very long
worlds.
games.
Exactly, very long games that are going to convince you this is a world that you want to expose yourself to and be immersed in this VR headset, and that's why you need to do it on a more premium headset like the Vive.
Gotcha. And I think when I talk to a lot of people, price is definitely the thing. As the biggest problem a lot of consumers talk about. The headsets are expensive right now, but also you need really powerful hardware to actually let those things work. Where do you see this going? Like, how do you see the price of VR headsets going down over time? Because we do have to pack in more hardware.
Sure.
So I kind of see the price staying the same on the high end, but what do you see?
Well, I think, as we look at the market, like what we're dealing with today is innovators, early adopters, and there's a really healthy mix of consumers out there that actually already have these high-end PC games, right? And who we're targeting and how we're targeting them, like from the rich, gaming experiences to, what types of equipment they already have. I mean, there are millions of customers out there that don't need to upgrade their PC at all. The next set of customers only has to upgrade a GPU, but then now thinking about that, like that's still early adopters, that's still innovators. Thinking about how then do you get to like that early mass consumer, and then that's where that price point really becomes something of concern. But it's also the solutions, right? It's also the experience. It's that setup experience. Mass consumers today, or early majority, they don't want to deal with USB or drivers or tethers. Like they want wireless, they want simplicity, they want plug and play. So there's things that from an industry perspective, we really actually have to solve as a product, in addition to the content length and depth. But we also have to solve these other things to actually open up the market to that bigger audience to see those double-digit, growth margins.
And so what you guys are saying, on my end, I am seeing some companies try to do cheaper VR. I know Microsoft's a big push. They want like $300 headsets that can run on not super powerful computers, but like typical computers. Is that the sort of change we need to see?
I think there's a general trend, at least like from developers. Can everyone hear us? Okay, great.
I can barely hear him, so you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard. But I think there's a general trend in terms of like what I've seen asks from developers, for developers to start thinking about untethered, portable experiences that can be easily shared and brought into everyone's living rooms. And I think sort of for a more consumer space, maybe that's where things will be headed. Though I think there's a lot of like emphasis on that, and I want to say like in terms of the bifurcation, there's a little bit of schizophrenia in terms of like the buying power of the consumers right now. For example, when we show our work, we have to not only show our work but educate the consumers why like our mobile project is different than something that would be on the Vive, or why it can't just be transferred over.
Sure. And that's actually a question I keep hearing. People see the Gear VR, people see like the smaller mobile platforms. That's a better thing for consumers, but I do think it leads to confusion. What do we have to do as a market to kind of differentiate between high-end VR and the mobile experiences? Is that a problem for consumers, you think? The fact that it's a little confusing?
I think so, until that there just needs to be a go-to voice that is educating people about these different experiences, right? Like, it's confusing insofar as right now, I think to the general consumer, I see a Gear VR, I see a Vive, I assume that they're one and the same thing. Everything is being classified under VR. Even the difference between what a 360 video is versus what a VR experience is.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
there's still, this is all new territory, and especially new territory as it's facing the consumer. And so someone stepping out, or just general education going out into those audiences and being like, this is what VR actually means, and let's come up with a standard like definition of what a VR video or VR experience is. This is what 360 is, and this is how it's different.
Yeah.
This is what the mobile experience is versus like the dedicated like in-home like tethered headset, untethered. There's a lot of education here in the space that needs to happen, and right now there's not a lot of people who are out there kind of like actively pushing that, especially to people who aren't actively following outlets like Engadget or Polygon and things like that.
I was about to say, we cover that at
like,
Engadget.com.
No, of course, and you guys do a fantastic
us.
job of it,
Yeah.
absolutely. But you know, to the average consumer who's not actively following and not the first adopters to this tech, there needs to be that just kind of like standard terminology that needs to be spread out.
We have to write a whole new language, basically. It's really hard to push consumers into that. I'm reminded of the rise of the internet, right, in the 90s, and all this new stuff was happening. You think of that Seinfeld episode about email, and how like that idea, the concept of it took a whole episode of Seinfeld, and it's still like, they didn't quite understand it by the end, and now like emails, it's such a simple word for us, we get it.
But that's a good point, because I mean, if you look at those comparisons of like internet adoption, smartphone adoption, VR adoption, you can do a lot of stare and compares around who was actually, I mean, I built smartphones when they were first coming out, and I dealt with a lot of people that challenged me on whether or not they were going to take pictures with their phone, do email with their phone.
How do you feel about the fact that every phone looks like your phone now?
It's a great compliment.
Yeah, there you go. Well, this all kind of leads to my question too. Like, we've seen these technology shifts over, with the rise of the internet and smartphones. What can we learn from those and apply to this new one that we see coming, with VR?
I actually, kind of piggybacking off that question in terms of a standard, like if there's an ability, I mean, why not have Vive be the voice of like, the future?
I thought it was your turn to talk, so I'm just being polite. But, I'm glad to talk about it.
But I think like in terms of like standard, it's really hard to design and develop a standard when having kind of seen this field progress for many years, the market pressure of competition is sort of fierce, and like you're always having to, as a developer, kind of renegotiate and re-see what the vision is going to be. So I don't know if it can like as easily settle on a standard when this term of VR and this idea is more like points on a spectrum. From like a 360 video in the medium, the use of trying to create something for 360 video is very different than the process of trying to create a fully fleshed out CG game, right? So it's hard to think of everything as falling under the word VR and like, partially what is that? What does that mean?
I think it would be really great for us to like continue that standards discussion. But there's also standards in the sense of like the software standards and actually being able to create open structure and platform. Like we're involved with Chronos, right? Valve is involved with Chronos, Oculus is involved with Chronos. Samsung and the likes, and we should keep doing those things and making it as easy as possible for developers to move their content across platform.
The internet wouldn't become a thing without open standards and a certain bit of neutrality there. So, yeah, is that what you kind of want to see?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But we want to see where we're solving those big problems for consumers. We're making it easier. We're making it more comfortable. We're making it more accessible. Yep. We're thinking about all those problems and how do we solve that not only for consumers, but in a way that it doesn't bifurcate things for developers. And I think that the industry is moving at a very good pace, at a very rapid pace. I think we're progressing still in a very upward trend, in terms of consumer adoption, developer adoption. The number of developers developing for these platforms is growing. And then we're going to see, I know this is a gaming show, but we're going to see those non-game experiences. We're going to see those enterprise use cases. We're starting to also see major social games and social interactions like Star Trek Bridge Crew, right? Where, my first session in there was 4 hours.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, and so we're starting to see more of that with social interactions here at the show, and things like Sprint Vector, where you're actually competing with other people, you're engaging with other people.
Right.
As those social experiences start to grow, it's only going to make it more fun, more engaging for people. And then, I think that's going to be really important for us to keep growing the industry from the content side while we solve those bigger end user scenarios on the hardware side, the technology side.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
For me, I think it really boils down to three things, and I think you addressed one of those key points, which is accessibility. Yep. Like right now, there's a lot of wires, especially in like the most premium experiences. There's a lot of wires. It requires a lot of computing technology that people might not be familiar with, so it's good to hear that being addressed. Even the headset look and feel itself, starting to slim those down into something that is much more accessible or much more relatable to an average consumer's day-to-day life is going to go leaps and bounds to convincing people this is a piece of technology that doesn't scare me anymore, but is something that I understand and can like adopt and really get behind. It's the same thing again to the idea of email. This is just like sending a letter but more convenient and faster.
Gotcha.
There's that sort of thing. The second part is again like what is the killer app? What need does this fill in my everyday life, or what is why is this a necessity to me? How is this going to deepen my entertainment experience or my day-to-day life? How is it going to increase my productivity? I think right now a lot of people still don't know what role VR fits into their life.
Right.
And I think that gets tied into kind of the third big hurdle that I think VR has to overcome is getting in before AR really starts to make a surge into the market. And I think AR right now is one of those things that is much easier for people to understand because it exists in the world around them. The applications are very immediate, right? I look at a wall, I'm able to create a billboard there or put like an imaginary thing next to my phone, and it's like the application is easy, it makes sense, it's in the world around me, but I can also create these really incredible immersive AR experiences. If AR is able to kind of achieve that adoption before VR is really kind of entering the market, I think that's when it's going to really start to struggle to find its foothold. So hopefully VR is able to kind of like increase their timelines and really prove themselves before AR kind of like accelerates into the marketplace.
Gotcha. So we're running out of time, but Samantha, I wanted to ask you a question. You're looking at VR in a very deep way, in a very specific way, outside of like, just entertainment and video games. Can you tell us a bit about that and your experience with it? You're working on a PhD in VR, and that sounds amazing to me.
So I'm sort of studying like the market trends of media all the way from the panorama, which is actually a good case study and has many parallels with VR, to the current situation in the VR industry and like how it's emerging. It's really great to be able to like Oliver Grau, if you're interested in like the history of the image, is a really great book to read, but it's great to be from that perspective, but to also see, like, be in the development cycle of the industry and like experience how that is falling out.
And as a medium, like what do you think about the fact that VR is presenting us images in very different ways that we can interact with and kind of explore? How is that compared to just a flat image to you?
I think really there's a precedent for like what you see in an image, the power of the image to suck people and people want to be immersed in the image, right? So this is like an attempt to try to like become even more immersed and more involved in the sense of presence. I think the key is thinking about design for 360 and not just like porting over, like taking a flat image or a game and porting it into the medium, and not thinking about what the medium can do well.
Excellent. So we only have a couple of minutes left, but I want to ask you guys, like, if you could show somebody one VR thing, game, experience to really convince them about the future of this medium, what would it be?
Ooh.
One thing.
That's a good question.
Who wants to go first? Time clock.
Ladies first.
I mean, like,
I'm just being polite.
you know, I mean, the go-to is like Tilt Brush, right?
Sure.
But I'd
Which is
also
amazing,
say, my indie team has virtual reality, which is one of the first 2.5-hour narrative games.
Oh,
made
wow,
by indie
okay.
Team. But yeah, Irrational Exuberance is another really great meditative piece that I look at.
Very cool. Yeah, that's pretty. I mean, Tilt Brush is a go-to. I tend to now, like, when I want to convince people of just the wide array, I tailor it to who's in the room.
Sure, that
right?
makes sense.
If it's a hardcore gamer, I'm gonna throw them in Fallout. But typically, I actually put people in Google Earth,
which is amazing.
and that actually blows people's mind about like that they actually can just go anywhere and start discovering things. And so that discoverability and you have all the things that are there, right? Of room scale movement, of interactions, all these other things. But you know, one of the things I'm really excited about coming up is Duck Season. This is like the coolest game ever, and I'm really excited about that team coming.
I'm also excited about that.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll hear more about that.
Oh,
I don't
man,
know.
maybe that'll segue into the next segment.
Maybe. But you have to answer first. Matt. What is your thing?
I mean, like, as someone who's done a lot of 360 video, not full VR, like, I'm partial to the stuff we've done.
Okay.
So, you know, like, introducing people into the world of 360, like, we have some good videos to kind of explore that space. But as far as an immersive experience, probably the most intense, like, horror game experience, it's not for everyone, but the most intense horror game experience I've ever had was A Chair in a Room, Greenwater, which puts you in the mind of like an asylum patient and tells you kind of his story through interacting with it and seeing the visions in his head. I have friends who are hardcore horror fans who were unable to sleep for nights after playing that game because it proves the visceral nature of this platform. Is it the sort of thing that's like, hey, general consumer, this is why you want to have this
I don't think you're helping.
Yeah, I don't think it's helping but as far as like convincing you of the difference of what this medium does versus, you know, a traditional 2D experience, then absolutely that was one of those games that really embedded in me. Like, this is the power of storytelling that can happen inside these headsets.
Excellent. And if I were to pick one, I think it would be the Rick and Morty game, which is just
perfect.
Virtual reality. It's so good. Like,
Alchemy,
bringing the best of what Alchemy does straight to that. But yeah, thanks everybody. Thanks for joining us. And just want a round of applause for our guests. Dan O'Brien from HTC, Samantha Gorman from Tender Claws, and Matt Pat, the legend.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks everyone.
Thanks.
Drop it low and let me play that back.
Whoa, wow, that was louder than I expected. Hey, Internet, and welcome to Engadget Live here at E3. I am Matt Pat from the YouTube channel Game Theory and Film Theory, and I am here with my co-hosts.
Hey, I'm out here. I'm exiled off of the cool chairs onto the bench, but it's okay because I have some pretty cool stuff over here.
You should also introduce who you are.
Oh, I'm Stephanie. Hey guys.
And we do live streams, GT Live, over on Game Theory on YouTube, but we are here today for something that's really exciting. Really exciting. We are doing the world premiere, right? This is the world premiere.
First time we showed gameplay. Yep.
The world premiere of a new game made by this man right here.
My name is Brandon Lodge.
Yeah, if you would please, take it away at this point, because we are going in completely blind.
As
Steph and I
usual.
are going in completely blind.
I told them nothing beforehand. They're like, "What are we doing?" I'm like, "We're gonna wing it. We're gonna figure it out."
That's great.
I'm with a studio called Stress Level Zero, and we created this game called Duck Season. With the launch of the Vive last year, we made a game called Hover Junkers. So this is our second VR title.
Okay.
So a year wiser, and a year we've approached something more narrative, less multiplayer, and we're going to show it to you right now.
All right. So
pretty excited.
our time is tight here because E3 is crazy. So let's cut the jibber jabber and hop right into this thing. Steph,
Go ahead and put it on.
Steph is going to get equipped and immersed into this VR landscape.
So this isn't a demo. This isn't like a 10-minute segment that we've structured for E3. This is just the final game.
Okay.
So pretty much you're going in.
Ready.
I might need some help. Oh, hey, my gun is running away. Okay.
All right. The first thing you're gonna do is you're gonna probably want to select new game.
What? Oh.
Go ahead and shoot new game for us.
There we go.
Boom, and go medium. Go medium.
Should I stand?
Yeah, stand up. This is
All right.
VR. Let's have fun.
Oh boy.
Don't worry, we'll make
Let
sure
me
that
get
you
your,
don't fall off this narrow stage.
Let me get your
It's gonna
mic
be
in
fine.
a pocket.
There we go.
We won't
we
push
go.
you if you get close
Awesome.
to the edge, I swear.
Should I be over there by that skip button?
You can take one step towards me. Yeah. Don't hit the skip button though.
This stage is so small. I'm gonna topple somewhere.
You're fine.
You're
in
good, you're
hands,
good.
Stephanie.
All right.
It's okay.
Ooh. All right. So tell me what I'm seeing, and let's get started.
So this is the opening cinematic of the game. The general premise that we're setting up is that your mom, it's 1988, your mom has surprised you with a one-day rental of the latest hit game, Duck Season.
Oh my God.
She's caught you watching commercials for it, and she loves you. So,
That's good. That's nice.
Aw, we're so loved.
but in
Okay.
blockbuster fashion, it's a one day only. So normally you have like 2 hours of TV time that
Yeah.
you gotta go play outside like the normal kids. Today you get carte blanche to play as much as you want.
Aw, man.
that's
Mom really does love me.
Yep.
She's the best mom ever.
So that's the general premise of where we are, and if you look, we're now in your childhood home.
Ooh.
Steph, your
Whoa.
home is so delightful.
Oh, I have so. Oh.
You should pick up
Ooh.
your bananas.
I was about to say, mom may love me, but she's not. These bananas are a little overripe.
Yeah, just leaving your fruit all around, Steph.
These are, oh, that's my favorite though.
Your
I'm so
house
glad
is
she
aside.
brought me these. Oh, geez.
I mean, those bananas have been there since we modeled them about 3-4 months ago, so they're turning.
Oh my gosh.
I know
So-
Stephanie's mother. Stephanie would be grounded if her room was allowed to look like this. If
Yeah,
her room
I'm
looked
not
like
sure
this.
I would get away with this, but hey, this is looking pretty cool. So I'm looking around.
Take
We
a look
have
behind
some-
you. You got your mom's actually behind you there.
Okay. Oh wait,
Look
where?
in the
Oh,
kitchen.
hey, Mom.
There she is.
Hey.
Oh,
Back in the grocery.
she's a looker, Steph.
I know. Well, you know, there's a family resemblance, I think.
Yep. And then if you turn around, we actually have the tutorial tape that came with the game,
Got it.
and we got the one and only Sam Gorski is teaching you right now.
So should I follow along?
You got me here today, so you don't need it. But normally, I think people want to pay attention.
To the right.
Oh.
They're everywhere, man. So I hope you guys learned something. And remember,
I lost the camera down there. It's okay.
If you just reach for it and pull the trigger, you can grab it.
What's that?
Just reach for it and pull the trigger. Oh, you're on a very small stage, so
Yeah,
don't.
I know.
It's all right.
No bending over today.
If she falls off the stage, it'll just make sure that this video goes viral on YouTube. Like YouTube E3 VR demo goes horrendously wrong.
We're definitely asking for it.
So every time I grab the shotgun, I like materialize all this new
Oh,
stuff.
just you wait. Your shotgun's not in this world. Go ahead and hit play level 1 on the TV.
Ooh.
All right. Ooh. All right. Ooh, nice.
Okay.
All right. So I'm looking. I also looks like I have like a sight on this.
This looks familiar to or reminiscent of a classic Nintendo property about hunting ducks.
I'm just saying.
Yes,
I'm
this
feeling.
is a
I'm
game
feeling
that we
pretty
expect you to
powerful
feel
already.
nostalgia
this is a
for.
Big gun.
And this sets up the premise for essentially. It's 1988. You got this game, but things are not exactly what they seem as we're going to progress.
It's the dog.
Whoa. All right.
Pump the slide.
Bump
Force
it. Push
grip.
it forward. There you go. Now reach out, take your hand off the gun.
What am I doing?
Move your hand off the gun and look to your truck. You'll see you got shells in the back of your truck.
Oh,
Here,
force grab. Use your force powers, Jedi.
Pull the there you go.
Come on, Kylo, do it.
Stick it in there. Boom.
Wow.
Shoot the dog.
Oh.
Everyone hates the dog.
You're gonna tell me
Shoot the dog. Everyone hates the dog in this game.
Oh,
Shoot
man.
the dog.
Oh,
She gonna do it?
Geez.
Shoot the dog.
There we go. I'm not gonna shoot. I'm not gonna start off by shooting the dog. All right, fine.
Rack it. Rack the gun.
All right.
Push it forward.
Where am I going?
Push the slide forward.
Oh.
There you go.
There we go.
All right. Now you got a duck in the air there. You gonna let it live?
Apparently she's going a pacifist run through this
in
game.
the air.
This is an
There
Undertale.
it
You
is.
kill them all.
Wait. Oh, hold on.
He lives.
Oh no. Okay.
Look, the dog's mocking you. There you go.
There you go.
Down,
Yeah.
I think I gotta use
Rack
this
it.
side here. All right.
There it goes. There you go.
Yes.
Oh, nice. Oh, I got him. Yeah.
Got the second duck.
Yes.
All right, reload the gun. You got some downtime.
Oh, all right. Whoa,
There you go.
There we
Yeah,
go.
your duck showed up in
All
your
right.
truck magically. Go ahead, keep reloading. Yeah, top that thing off.
Whoa, hey.
Oh, get a new one from the truck. There you go. And another one. One more. There you go.
All right.
All right, next duck.
Whoa, hey. All right. Let's see.
So,
All
Steph-
right. This is actually harder than I expected.
Oh, there's the dog again.
You could still shoot the dog.
Should I
Just-
shoot the dog?
I mean,
shoot.
as soon as I'm in this headset, I am going straight for the dog. I'm just saying.
You got
No,
it.
Right? Yeah!
Aim at the
We have been oppressed for 20 plus years at this point.
Oh,
Yeah.
come on now. You gotta have a little mercy.
Yeah, no, the dog had no mercy for you in the original game.
He was merciless.
He
Oh,
was.
Fine.
oh, you shot him.
Oh.
So I have to tell you, you shot the dog.
I know I did.
That actually is the inciting incident of our game. You chose to initiate violence against him, and now he is going to choose to initiate violence against you.
Oh
Really?
no,
Are you kidding?
really?
Wait, what?
Yes, I'm not kidding.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
I told you.
Why would you tell me to do that?
Well, we wanted you to do it. I told you there was going to be a twist.
Of course.
Wait, what? Oh,
So we're obviously not going to get there today. Go
Sure.
ahead and load the gun. But as day becomes night, you have a one-day rental for this game. You have a bit of a cursed cartridge,
Okay.
and this dog can get out of the game.
No way.
So I mean,
Uh-oh.
she didn't have to start it,
Yeah,
but she did.
but she did.
So
I was pushing her. I was a bad influence.
Yeah,
I know.
These aren't really
I'm a
good,
bad
by
influence
the
when it
way.
comes to this sort of thing.
I really like ducks, and I'm trying.
You're just having a hard time. Yeah.
So when day turns to night, so like as the game progresses, are we going to see like the dog become more aggressive toward us, or how does that kind of play out?
So essentially, the arc of our narrative is that you have set off an unstoppable chain of events now, where the dog is going to seek his revenge against you.
Really?
And so there's 7 different endings in the game, many
Now I'm
different
just
ways
trying
it
to
can
defend
go,
myself.
regardless of how you conduct yourself over the next 12 hours of your life.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh wow.
So it's sort of like we're calling it. It's like a Spielbergian dark coming of age story
Okay.
in a way. You're about to
Spielbergian coming of age.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
where the
Alright.
video game character suddenly turns evil, comes out ring style
There we
out of the
go.
TV, and tries to kill you. I love that Spielberg movie.
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite.
I mean, you've seen Poltergeist, right?
I have seen Poltergeist. That is true. Okay, fair enough.
Nice.
I always
I'm
associate
getting
Spielberg with like,
good
oh,
here.
feel good. But
All right, keep that. Yeah. Essentially, I mean, ultimately, all these factors are going to come into play on whether you live or die
so
against this.
can
Oh,
you
man.
play the game without
Worried about
shooting
that.
the dog?
Absolutely.
Really?
So one of the design things that we wanted to get across is every game we've ever played forces the inciting incident on you.
Sure.
I just
And this
shot
is one where
something else. How did I
technically
fail?
you initiate.
Yeah.
And I don't think enough games let you do that.
Yeah.
And so you can play a whole pacifist run and see where that leads you.
Really?
Which I don't want to spoil.
Okay, no,
But
please don't. But that's really exciting.
do you want to give it a shot?
I
you
would
should
love to give it a
definitely
shot.
give it a shot.
Both literally and figuratively.
Go ahead and swap out. You don't even have to
Okay.
go back to the.
Here.
We can just switch headsets right
Yeah.
here. Cool, I got you.
All right. This
And-
is harder than it looks.
No, of
Just
course.
so you know.
Here we go. Here, let's not tangle you up.
Yeah,
All you gotta
the
do
dog
is
is
place your
definitely not
hand
gonna kill you later.
Shoot the dog, Steph. Shoot the dog.
So you're definitely gonna need.
I don't know. I have a small head. I think
You good?
it's a bit tight.
Just like that. Now, reloading your shotgun.
Thank you. Yeah,
Good?
perfect.
All
Yep.
you gotta do is
Cool.
put your hand up, summon a shell from
All
your
right.
box.
Okay, so this is my cocking hand. Yes.
That's your
in a
cocking
family
hand.
friendly way.
Pump it one more time.
There we go.
And you're ready
Okay.
to go again.
and this is your
my zapper?
your Zappa hand. Yeah.
All right. Cool.
Each time you fire up around and you have a second,
So you never shot a shotgun in real life?
No, so I've never shot a shotgun in real life.
they'll be coming from everywhere.
I clearly that was the disadvantage. That's why I didn't get every single dub.
We actually had an interesting thing in testing. We had one guy come in that had shot and played pigeons his whole life. He came in and he was just like, we'll just ace it. We didn't explain anything to him. We didn't pay attention. And then we've had people that come in with no experience and they learn with it. So that's fine.
So
there were a couple things that I didn't expect, which were that it's a much bigger gun than you think it's going to be. Like when you're seeing it in the headset, you're like, wow, this is like a really substantial like tool that I'm using in this game. And then also how lifelike it was to the, especially the sight. Using the sight was tremendously helpful, and it wasn't one of those shooters where it was like, you can just you can just look in that direction and shoot. No, you like if you really take the time to aim, it becomes immediately much easier.
Are there other games that you can play? Like, could I play Triple Tiger as well?
I mean, reach into your console and pull that cartridge out.
Really? Okay.
Don't actually walk over there. Hey, reach up a little bit more.
Reach
there you
out.
go. You can grab it at a distance.
Oh, there we go. Perfect.
You got it.
Okay. Do I have to blow into the console?
Not today, because you got an edge of a stage there. Don't be blown into the console today, but you can give it a blow.
Okay.
It does just as much as it did in real life. Just give it a toss. Oh, you got the monitor right there. So
poop.
here, grab it at a distance instead of leaning over to it. Just try to just throw it at it.
Yeah, just chuck
Oh,
it.
give it another one.
You missed. There you go. Try again.
Yay! We think everything in VR should be one step easier than it is in real life. One thing it's kind of frustrated with a lot of games.
Also, can I also like just point out, I love that school photo background. I believe I had that for about like 2nd through 4th grade. The lasers over there, fantastic.
How did we get a hold of it?
How did we know? It's as if we grew up in the late 80s.
Right? It's almost like you went through these experiences.
Yeah. So this is a Triple Tiger.
Okay.
Triple Tiger is a sort of a guided rock, paper, scissors type of thing where he's going to telegraph his move and then you're going to have to play the counter to it.
Oh.
Up first.
This is just rife with disaster potential.
The Black Ninja.
Reaction time though, so I have faith. I have faith that you can pull this off.
He's going to do a punch.
What? Punch?
No. You gotta shoot the one. This is a light gun game.
Okay. Oh, I gotta shoot.
There you go. You got it.
Yeah,
okay.
No pressure.
Pick the one that beats his move.
Okay. He punched and kicked. Nope. Wait. Okay, I got this. So it's a kick. What beats a kick? High kick. Nope.
Oh.
I obviously can't read charts and graphs. It's all right.
The Black Ninja tests both your speed and your skills.
Okay, there we go.
I'm not sure
Low kick. What beats a low kick? What beats a low kick? No!
It's okay. Everybody dies to the Black Ninja the first time.
Yeah, it's all right.
The Black Ninja, he's a formidable opponent, I gotta say.
Just like that dog.
Right, just like the dog. Okay. Okay, he's got a high kick.
High kick.
What beats a high kick? That.
The arrow.
I get it. You go one before.
Yeah.
Yeah, there. I figured out the chart. High kick. This is the hardest game of E3. Here we go. Got it. Can I also just show off, like, hey, we're promoting like gigaflops and 4K gaming and stuff, and yet here I am in my like retro living room playing like an 8-bit game in a VR head. How can we just all appreciate the absurdity of this moment right now? Yeah. Two people on either side of me appreciate the absurdity of this moment.
I mean, VR allows us to not just make the game, but it allows us to make the environment in which you play the game.
Which is one of the most exciting things about it.
Yeah, do you feel like you're 4 years old right now? That's the question.
I do, actually.
Yeah.
Although if I was actually 4 years old, I would sit I would sit up close to the TV. I was like about this far from the TV when I would play.
Yeah, the old days, like you sit right under the TV and like look up. Yeah.
You might notice we've actually.
I did.
He beat the Black Ninja. All right, let's try you on level. Let's try and see if you can beat level 1.
Oh,
this keeps going. There's more ninjas.
Oh, there's more ninjas.
Yeah, but
the red
not
ninja.
fight all the ninjas today. Oh no, he's like, I'm gonna fight all
This
the
is it.
ninjas.
I'm ready. Here we go. Ooh, it's like mid kick. Holy cow. Okay, got it. I'm ready. Punch. Nope, that's the same. Hi, blocked you though. Haha, blocked you, red ninja. Okay, low kick. Yes. Woo! I'm focused. Punch. Shoot, lost.
What else is in here? I mean, how much? Can you let us in on anything
Nope,
else
lost.
to like explore or like Easter eggs that we should be looking out for as we play?
So general feature set of the game. This is one of 7 mini games. There's 7 different endings to it, and the entire living room. You can notice you can interact with everything. Everything has details, and we wanted to build something with a lot of richness that rewards you for looking and exploring. There's a whole sort of subplot that goes throughout the whole game.
No way.
That can be decoded throughout it.
Who you are as like a player too.
I mean, I said dark coming of age story, right?
Oh man.
I mean, if you look on the wall, you can see your father. Where is your father? Is he in the house? He's not here.
Where is our father?
Where could your father be?
Is he gone?
Wait, my father's missing?
We don't have a father.
You don't have a father.
This is a broken home
This seems rife with theory potential.
I know. And you said there's 7 endings.
Yeah.
Is there like the darkest timeline ending where things go really, really badly?
So on the first playthrough, there's 4 different endings that are accessible. It can go. It's up to your interpretation, but depending on what you think you deserve. But it can go pretty bad, and it can go pretty good.
All right, that's good.
Do you want to try? Get the duck season cartridge back in there. Oh, a little further.
I was so close.
There you go.
I'm a gamer, not a sports baller. I can't throw that strongly, okay? Cut me some slack here, people. I was killing off those ninjas left and right, man, just saying.
Yeah, you decoded, you're proceeding to the top of the temple there, for sure.
How many ninjas do I have to conquer?
But eventually you reach the tiger himself, the triple tiger, the namesake.
No way.
Yep.
Okay, so.
All right.
Oh, don't worry. I will absolutely shoot the dog. Here we go. Pull the trigger.
Yep.
Trigger's pulled.
Pull the
Insert
trigger.
shell. Okay.
There you go. Yep.
You gotta pull the trigger first.
Oh.
There you go.
Oh.
Now rack it.
Now rack it.
Yep. There you go. And now put that shell in there.
All right.
There you go.
Okay. Cool.
You're all good.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, buddy.
Worst. Right? Thank you.
He's like, it's coming.
Come on.
It's coming. Don't you worry. Oh. Don't you worry.
Eat lead.
Yeah, don't forget to reload.
You're in his world right now. You're in his world. This is his playground.
Oh, well.
You think you're the first kid that came in here?
I may not be the first kid to come in here, but I will be the last. He reminds me a lot of a FNAF animatronic, so I'm getting a lot of pent-up rage out. It's actually very satisfying.
This whole game, you never progress beyond here. It's too cathartic.
What if I never start the game? I'm just curious.
I mean, if you're too afraid, you could stay here probably forever. Yeah.
I was going to say, I think you might be shying away a little bit at this point. Come on, get to it, man.
All right, he's stealing practice rounds.
I know. I think that's
secretly,
what's going on here. I get it. It's
Yeah.
harder than it seems.
You got.
All right, here we go. Let's actually hunt some ducks, shall we?
Cool. All right, top off that gun. You just fired around. Is that red bar? Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, you got
Keep
it.
down there. Oh no, see the red shell on the bottom?
All right,
Ooh,
got it.
Like next.
Where are we going? Where are we going?
Yeah, use that sight.
Man.
Oh,
no.
you gotta.
Oh, you gotta load more.
There you go. Keep going.
There you
Stop
go.
up.
Nice. Yeah.
Cool.
Come on. That's right. That's why they call me Deadeye Patrick. No one does. I played a lot of share of Duck Hunt back in the day. Do you have the clay mode as well?
No clay. There's a practice mode where you can go to your heart's content.
All right. Where are we at? Ah, poop.
Report. There you go.
Yeah,
Got it.
Ah. There we go.
Yeah, there you go.
He was a tricky one.
Top her off. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, you just the remembering to reload and that being like so real. It takes some getting used to.
Yeah, we're battling against about 10 versions of Call of Duty right now where they teach you every other game, shotgun auto racks after every trigger pull.
I was going to say this fight's against like lazy gamers syndrome.
Ah,
push it forward.
Oh, it's gonna do a
Oh no!
There you go.
No.
You got it.
Oh.
Did you get him? Almost.
Almost.
Push it
Come
forward.
on,
There you
come
go.
on. Cock it.
You got it. You got it.
No. Oh no. Oh, you shut up. You shut up. Not my fault.
You do get it?
No, I don't think so.
You don't see it flying in the air anymore, do ya?
Sight. Yeah.
Shoot.
Top that gun off. Yeah. There you go. Load it up. You got that one behind the tree. You got it.
Ah! The two are getting hard.
So close. I believe in you. One of us has got to pass this level.
It's okay. You're on stage at E3.
Oh, level 2.
All right, good.
Woo!
Round 2.
All right.
It's not so easy anymore. There's 2 ducks at a time now.
Ah, come on.
Push it forward.
Come on.
There you go.
Yeah,
There we go.
When you start to rush, you're like, oh man, I'm just gonna go for it.
Go. Get in there. Get in there. Shove it in there.
Put it in the red shell, and red. There you go. There you go. Cool.
Man, hunting's tiring out, man. My arm.
Yeah, your arm's getting tired.
Got it.
Cool.
There we go.
Think you can clear this round?
He's gonna. I think he's got it.
Okay.
Awesome.
I mean, this is the first. It's pretty forgiving. You got it.
You got it.
There you go.
Got it.
Woo!
Woo! I carry death.
So can you reveal any of the end game here?
I mean, this is a video game, so obviously we're teaching you something. You don't know it yet, but you're learning how to shoot. You're learning how to reload because ultimately these are the tools that are going to be at your disposal when it comes time for your fateful moment.
Yeah, I was about to say, to defend off the real enemy who's over there creeping in the ground.
Great!
Awesome.
Yeah! Yeehaw! That's it.
All right.
What else is in this world? Oh! Look!
There's you!
It's me!
Oh, that's awesome.
Oh, you
that's
didn't know you were in a TV?
No!
Of course you're in a TV.
Let's see what else this game
VR,
does.
you can be in a TV if you want to be.
Oh, man.
Oh, fire. Oh, you didn't think we were going to let you shoot yourself, did you? Come on.
What?
You can interact with the signs around there. You can shoot.
Try something else around the TV. Maybe you can break it.
I'm not saying a word. Oh.
This is awesome. I love this aesthetic
Yeah,
back
it's
here
great.
of like the world of like the theatrical world of the game and how the props are up for. I just smacked this wall. Sorry, wall. I apologize.
Yeah, expensive
wall.
TVs. Why not hit them with your VR?
So it's all right. It's all right.
Yeah, essentially. I mean, this is a world. This is the world that the dog created for you. This is. It blends from sort of his reality. You're sort of in this forced perspective tube TV world.
Yeah. It's
Why
awesome.
Not?
Yeah,
Cool.
The whole world has been set up in cardboard, so some of it's real and then some of it's like this like facade.
I mean,
so.
just like in real life, the dog has a budget as well, and so he put his best bushes out in front, and then off to the side, he sort of, you know,
Makes total sense.
he wanted to get the experience for you. I mean, he got his '72 pickup truck back there, so
that's a good one.
that costs at least $500.
Nice. Yeah, it looks like there's some good momentum going on here.
He's got it. So basically, you're six ducks away from clearing level 1 here.
Do you hear that? 6 ducks? 4
6
now.
ducks?
4 now.
4 now.
Oh man.
All right, 3, 2. Yeah.
We got a clean round going.
Oh no.
All right. Nice.
Woo!
All right.
There we go.
Cool.
Nice.
And that's duck season.
Woo! That is great.
Yeah.
I can't wait to experience the actual like dog attacking me, which I don't know what that says about me as a person. I love being like scared to death, and so having like an evil dog creature in video game form come out and kill me, I think that's a pretty exciting prospect.
I think you'll be satisfied.
Good.
Yeah.
I'm very excited. 7 different endings too.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
I'm a sucker for different ending
I'm
games.
most excited about the meta story.
Yeah.
And how this, as a game in and of itself, in its own world, fits into the bigger world of the game. I think that's going to be like the most exciting thing to explore once you actually master like in all the individual elements, right?
Yeah.
Right? And the theory about where my dad is and what could have happened to him. Maybe the dog is my dad.
I don't know.
But hey,
I
that's
do know, but I'm not.
I was gonna say, I would hope you know.
Yeah.
I don't know though. There are plenty of developers out there who create games with storylines that are mysterious and complicated that don't really know what the storyline.
We're like, let's just wait till the players tell us what our game means, and that's what we'll go with.
Okay,
we'll
okay.
We'll pick our favorite, subreddit, and we'll go with it.
Absolutely, that's perfect.
Yeah, I mean, you woke up today as a boy.
Yeah.
Your mom rented you this game. You're gonna go to sleep as a man.
Wow, I mean, I already feel like my manliness grew 3 sizes today. That sounded wrong. From showing off.
It is that age, right?
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it is that age. From showing off my hardcore shotgun skills.
Yeah.
I think, Stephanie, are you more attracted to me now as a result of this?
I actually just feel manlier myself. So I.
Well, that's yeah.
Sorry,
Testosterone surges through all of us.
I mean,
How about
right?
that?
How can you?
Yeah.
How can you not?
All right. Well.
Duck season.
So duck season.
The
testosterone
within.
flow. Oh, the testosterone within.
Oh, yeah,
I love it. Become a man or woman, but mostly man.
But mostly
There you
a
go.
man.
So okay, we got to wrap things up here. Final thoughts. When can we have access to it? Like, how can I play this game immediately?
So Duck Season's coming out very soon.
Okay.
I can send you a code.
Can you?
Yeah, I'll send you a code.
You heard it here, live stream and E3 witnesses, right?
Yeah.
If you don't send me a code, this guy's gonna come for you.
Right there.
Right?
Yeah,
He's shaking his finger threateningly.
we're looking to launch in the next couple of months.
Okay.
It's coming out very soon. We'll be also be bundling with this hardware as well that you
Wow.
see here. It's coming out as well.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so the Blaster, Duck Season, all coming very soon.
Great. Coming to a Vive and VR virtual living room near you soon. Well, thank you so much for letting us experience it today. This was phenomenal. I had a blast. I should have played this game before the last panel because then I could have been like, what's the best VR game I've played? This one, hands down. This is a little bit more generally appealing.
Got to do another panel.
It's true.
And we did a live demo on a stage,
right?
Blindfolded, and nobody fell off.
It was beautiful.
Yeah.
Congratulations. I think we're all winners here today. Let's give it up. Duck season.
Thank you very much.
Thank you guys, and stay tuned to Engadget live at E3 for all the other exciting announcements that are happening on this stage. We'll see you later. It's perfectly fine. It's built durable.
Drop test.
Drop test.
Drop it low and let me play that back.
Just hear that. Got it. Hello, everyone. The Engadget stage is live again, and we're going to talk about VR a little bit more today because it's such a cool new experience. It's such a cool new platform, and there's finally some really good content coming out. So I'm Jessica Condit, senior reporter for Engadget.com. And let's introduce ourselves down the line. Who do we have?
Sure. Hi, I'm Molly Swenson. I'm the co-founder of Riot. We are an immersive media company based in Los Angeles, and we were the first virtual reality content company exit ever. About a year ago, we sold to the Huffington Post AOL. We specialize in virtual reality content, both narrative, sort of episodic filmmaking, as well as news and documentary style film.
Awesome.
I'm Nora Kirkpatrick. I'm a VR filmmaker and writer and director, and I've done, now I'm on my second show with both Riot and Hulu in VR.
And hi, I'm Noah Heller, and I'm VP of Partnerships at Hulu. And one of the focuses at Hulu is VR. We've had a chance to make a really cool VR app and have a lot of interesting VR experiences. And we've made a couple shows already with the Riot crew and with Nora, and we're here to talk today about one we're really excited about.
Yeah, so there's a lot of exciting stuff happening. I mean, just with Hulu, with Riot, all these things. So let's start with just some basic questions about VR kind of filmmaking and what that means and how it relates to video games. So my main question is, when the audience controls the camera and controls a part of the actual film, how does your development process have to change?
Yeah, well, so on this latest one, we're doing Door Number One, which is a choose your own adventure interactive comedy.
Announced yesterday.
Announced yesterday.
Yeah.
This one we're really excited about. It's a bigger scale. We call it episode 1, but we're shooting about 55 minutes of footage for a 15 to 20 minute user experience. So the way I wrote this is in like a decision tree. So everyone starts at the top of Act 1, and then you split in decisions, and those split, and they come back at the top of Act 2 and the top of Act 3. Because if you went forever, it would just be exponential. But the decisions based on the viewers, we tried to make both decisions feel really weighty and both feel really necessary to the plot. So you really are torn and have to make a quick gut decision. Well, this is really going to pay off in this way, but this might be more exciting here, so you really don't know. And that'll help you want to go back and watch again to go a different direction.
So to me, that sounds like a video game, right? Like,
yeah,
did you take inspiration or look
I'd
at
say
that?
it's video game technology with like the emotionality and plot themes of film. Because you don't win or lose these. It's really about what you're more interested in and what emotional state you want to be in. Because you have a lot of choices in this. You're going to a 10-year reunion, you can make out with this girl, you can get high with the janitor, like you can really go on a journey. So it's not about winning or losing, but rather like what story do you want to live?
Okay.
Do you go for the girl, do you go for the weed? It's
Yeah.
like the ultimate
What are you gonna
question
do?
always in life.
Yeah.
You know, and I would add on to it, you know, video games forever have had to deal with like the user and the viewer having agency, right? If you're a filmmaker, you can frame something and know that it happens that way every time. As we enter the VR world, we say, what happens when the viewer is part of the scene? And what if they want to be looking that way? And these are problems the video game industry has wrestled with for years. And so now we're able to take them and try and make really compelling, you know, film content with them in VR.
Yeah, and I like to compare it to when I was little, I used to play Diablo all the time until
Exactly.
it got advanced enough that it was just too scary. I couldn't actually handle it. But I remember the anxiety that I felt and the uncomfortability I felt that my actions were going to end the life of my character or just terrify me in some way.
Right.
And I used to try and get that sort of experience watching scary movies, but it was never the same because you had no impact on how the film ended up.
Yeah.
This, I think, in the comedy sphere becomes really interesting because, you know, again, instead of it just being going for scares and going for sort of this gut jump reaction, you're going for humor, and it's a theme that lends itself really well to this, I think, and this idea of spatial uncomfortability that Nora talks about a lot is something that you can play around with in virtual reality that you couldn't previously in video games, really, or in film itself.
That's interesting. I mean, okay, so this idea that the player is still controlling the action, that feels like a video game. So is that win or lose state, is that what makes it a video game? So like not having that, does that make it a film? Or are there no rules here? Are we just creating experiences? Do we not need to define anything? What do you
Yeah, I mean, I guess to me this doesn't feel like when you're watching it, it's going to feel like a game. I want it to feel like your life.
Sure.
So I want these decisions to feel really inherent. And I feel like that's different from a game where you're really being challenged every second to just win or you die. I think this is like, I'm going to live this story for 20 minutes and I'm going to be invested in what happens. I mean, I don't, maybe that's similar to games, but for me this feels like a film. If you could be in your favorite movie, you know.
Games fulfill a lot of different needs, right?
Sure.
And this isn't an experience where you iterate and grow and you see that accomplishment, but this is an experience where you explore And maybe if one of the things that puts something in the game realm is that you really want to repeat it and you really want to experience it, how's that any different from any other medium you really get into?
Right.
The thing that VR does that very much relates to games is immersion, right? You're in that world. Yeah. And just like a great novel or a great movie can also immerse you in that world, VR gets you there really quickly. So in this show, in door number 1, you're at your high school reunion, and that is your best buddy. And the janitor does have great weed. These are all like important like notes that get hit, and if we do our job right, it immerses you in the best way.
Yeah, and I think the other point I would just add is we're reaching a point in virtual reality. We've been doing this for about 2.5 years, if you've been doing it for a while. And the benchmark is no longer, is this an interesting piece of content? Like the gimmickiness of it is sort of over, and now it's reached a point where the storytelling, and Noah, this is a term that you use a lot, is like the new benchmark for VR is rewatchability. Yeah. Is it something that you want to rewatch, not just something you watch one time? Like there's only so many times you can like sit on the hood of a car and go around a racetrack, and we've done that enough, right?
Exactly.
There's only so many different sorts of ways you can explore the refugee crisis just by going and sitting on the shores of Lesbos or in a refugee camp if you're in the news business. So what is a type of narrative that you can create in a format that lends itself to rewatchability? And in this case, like Nora was saying, each experience may only be 10 to 20 minutes long, but there's 55 minutes of footage to find, whether that's in one of the branches of the narrative or in an Easter egg that you go and find. And so that rewatchability benchmark is really exciting for us to try and hit.
Yeah, and so video games over the past few years have gotten, well, not over the past few years, I mean over the past decade or so even, have gotten more narrative driven. Like we're seeing the experiences that are really just exploring emotions and coming of age stories, and it's a really beautiful time. So it's almost now like video games and film are meeting rather than film is becoming a video game or the other way around. That's kind of how it feels like to me. Okay, cool. So we're gonna look forward a little bit. I want to hear about this Hulu partnership actually. So the first VR comedy series, that was by you guys, and what was the name of that one?
It's called Virtually Mike and Nora.
Virtually Mike and Nora,
myself and my friend Mike O'Brien from SNL.
Yeah, awesome. So that was already on Hulu, and now we have door number 1. And so what makes a comedy series okay for VR? I mean, what are you looking for? I guess what is Hulu looking for in a series? Like, this is such a new platform.
Totally.
You're diving right in. Yeah.
Well, it's what really is the most important thing is that people are willing to push the bar forward on the platform, right? And I think you might find in the world of comedy, you find a lot of experimenters and people that love their medium and want to stretch and play with their medium. Like I remember, when Nora first pitched Virtually Mike and Nora, and she's like, okay, here's the deal. You're the baby, and these are your parents. And every time they leave the room, it's like you've grown up a little bit. And so you order a pizza, and then there's a guy in your room who's selling you weed. That might be a constant theme here. And so, but here's the thing, like it's that statement, like you're the baby and they're your parents. Or, you're the rabbit in the hat and then the magician's trying to coax you out. Like these are novel experiences that help like push the bar forward for all of us creatively in any medium. And so when it comes from a Hulu perspective, the first thing we're thinking about is like the creative team. Like, are they here to make something that works only in VR? And once we tick that box, we can say, okay, cool. Now, who's adopting VR right now? They're people that are like, I think they think of themselves as early adopters, innovative, and they like, something that's like, quick-witted and awesome and fun and transports you into the scene. And so that becomes a natural fit with comedy. And so it's been a lot of fun for us to invest there. And now with door number 1, it's can we take some of the lessons learned and apply them in a deeper narrative?
Yeah. And so, if you had something to add, please.
I mean, Noah, your background I think is really interesting context here too, as sort of the person that is in a lot of ways pioneering this merging, as you called it, of filmmaking and video game creation. So maybe you should talk a little bit about that.
Well,
or I can brag about you.
I'm an ex-video game guy. I used to work on the first Xbox, and then I was at Call of Duty for a whole bunch of years. And we kept wrestling on the game side with are we narrative? Are we stories? Right? And then here we are on the story and narrative side saying, what can we add when the viewer is part of the filmmaking experience? The lessons are pretty similar. Notice when Nora said, okay, you're going to make these choices. Do you get the girl or do you go with the best friend? And then they branch back in. That's a process we recognize very much in games. And so again, it becomes this question of, are we all together building towards immersion? And from a Hulu perspective, the question we're asking ourselves is, okay, it's one experience to watch something on the television, but the moment you put this on your head, you're deeply immersed. And so what's the entertainment experience then? Yeah. It's clearly not watching TV at home. It's something deeper and more immersive that I think gamers can relate to instantly, and then everyone else who's caught the bug and has passion around VR is starting to relate to very quickly.
Cool. And so the VR industry is, coming into its own, but it is still new, it is still emerging, and we don't really know necessarily how big the market could get for VR. So, I mean, what kind of trends are you guys just seeing in the industry? Are there a lot of people using VR headsets, or do you want more sales first? Like, what's going on? Yeah.
I mean, we don't release our official numbers, but we have a lot of people using our headsets. If you have a PlayStation 4 and you have Hulu on it and you have a PSVR, all of a sudden this world of VR content opens up for you. And for us, all the VR content is free.
That's great.
It's the early days.
You do not need a Hulu subscription to watch Virtually Mike and Nora.
Yeah, jump in. And it's interesting content. You can get stalked by a jaguar. You can go off ski jumps. It doesn't make you sick, like I promise. And then when we say, where are we going to invest heavily, it's about creators that are currently pushing that medium forward. I think from our perspective, new technologies come along and they change the entire business. None of us think about going back to SD or black and white television. I'm not saying VR will replace anything. I am saying it's a new medium, and so it's letting creators make something really different, and we're seeing the audience love it and appreciate it.
And what we've seen too for the last 2 years, as you guys are seeing around here, right, is that there's a disproportionate amount of money being dumped into the hardware and into the platforms. And we're just now turning a corner where these same companies and others like Hulu, who either have a vested interest in the evangelization of the technology or of certain hardware, are investing in content. Right. And I think that you're going to start to see stuff. We hope Door Number One is one of these critical pieces that sort of makes people want to adopt virtual reality because it's an experience they can't have anywhere else. And we're already seeing that feedback just since yesterday with the Deadline article coming out, people being like, oh, maybe I'll subscribe to Hulu now. And it's the thing that we want to do, which is drive the medium forward with the content. And I think that you have to recognize that people wouldn't be buying Xboxes and PlayStations if there weren't incredible games on them. Right. And so same goes for virtual reality content and storytelling.
Yeah, content's going to be really important, and so I mean that's really what you're working on behind the scenes, building these stories, right?
Yeah, I think I can speak for everyone when I say that whenever there is a space race between the hardware manufacturers and the platforms, it's a great time to be in content. That's where we're sitting.
And I think comedy plays really well because for us, making Virtually Mike and Nora, making Door Number One, this to me feels like theater meets sketch comedy, where we're used to having an audience member thinking about how the audience is reacting all the time. And like with Door Number One, I wanted to go back and live in my favorite movies. So this one is going to be remnant of Romeo and Michelle's, of Ferris Bueller. Like it's really going to feel like those movies we grew up with that meant so much to me that I always would want to be in, but of course never could. Yeah. So this will be kind of an option to live in a certain way that you appreciate.
A bit of a throwback vibe is what we're going for.
Yeah. Is it set in modern times, or
it's modern times? But there's a definite kind of no time thing in there. We're not telling you exactly what time it is, but people will be wearing modern clothing.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So immersion is the big word, I think, for VR, for content. I mean, even for literature, you want a book to immerse you. You want a film to immerse you. So are there any other parallels? We've talked about the differences between VR and video games, and I wonder if you, from your video game background as well, the parallels between VR films and video games, just what you guys see there.
I'd say the big parallel is this concept of the user actually being teleported into the scene. Yeah. I'm going to use the word teleported. I'm going to try and use video game words.
It's like there's a welcome back moment at the end.
Exactly. Nora's getting to play around with the idea of how do we make you really feel like it's your high school reunion? And even like, don't take too much from the name of the series, but when we say door number one, we mean like you open that door and now you're in a moment of time. And that's something that video games do really well. The best video games open up and say, okay, you're in a strange, faraway world and this is what's happening, and go to it. Well, you're in a strange, faraway world. It's your high school reunion and these are your friends. And by the way, they're freaking hilarious if we do our jobs right. And the other exciting thing for us is like, video game people can come along and say, this is the first time we're going to do a really cool, helicopter simulation. This is the first time we're going to show this kind of, mechanic. Well, the team is getting to say, how do you tell this joke in VR? What is physical humor in VR? Do you invade someone's space? In the Virtually Mike and Nora series, Nora at some point, not to spoil it for everyone, is playing sort of your trashy next door person on a plane, and her butt's in your face, and you get this experience of where you're like, oh, okay. And it doesn't matter how much VR you've done, everyone like sort of backs up a little bit when they've seen that for the first time. That's the same way as in games when there's a big scene, when there's an explosion, when there's an amazing moment, and that reaction is visceral, and it comes quickly. So yeah, maybe 10 years from now, talking about immersion in media will be obvious and simple, but right now we're at the cusp of where they're meeting in VR, and that's really exciting for us.
Yeah, and to build on top of that, I mean, it's one of the reasons that Riot got into VR in the first place, right? I mean, we went from this activist news organization into a media and entertainment company, but the reason we got into VR was because we were trying to cut through the noise, doing documentary films and doing regular news reporting, and when VR came along, it was this aha moment where it was like, oh, we can hack the system by getting people to pay attention to stuff that's important by putting it in an unsaturated medium. We can be the very first people to do VR out of a war zone, which we did. The very first people to do VR out of a disaster zone, underwater with wild dolphins, in the Arctic. And so we set out to be the first ones to do this type of content in this new medium. And like Noah said, it's not replacing anything. But what's so amazing about this moment is it's not very often you get to live through a platform shift. And you can right now be the first person to do something in this new medium. And so that's what's motivating us, is to figure out, okay, what's the next very new thing that we can do? And Hulu's actually, their product team, building a brand new technology for us to be able to execute this, which is a gaze-controlled mechanism that allows you to drop into different storylines. So maybe you can even talk about that.
Yeah, I was going to ask how the game, or how the series was going to be, I guess, controlled by the player. So it's by sight.
You probably would be surprised to know that like the engineers that work on the Hulu side, there's some ex-video game guys in the mix putting the client together. And there's an iterative cycle that any video game person would recognize as like engineering and design. Nora representing design, us representing engineering, it helps you figure out how to build mechanics like this. And the only thing I would add on top of what Molly said is the important thing here is it's entertainment, right? From a Hulu perspective, how are the different ways we can entertain you and fascinate you as you interact with media? We did a 3D room based on 12 Monkeys, so you could watch 12 Monkeys in the 12 Monkeys universe, right? That's a level of immersion where you're watching traditional 2D television, if that's what we're calling it now, within a 3D environment inspired by the immersiveness of the medium. So clearly, as we riff on these subjects, we're discovering new ways of doing things.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be, like, control doesn't mean a gamepad. So controlling a film, basically, you can just use your eyes, you can do things like that. And that is really, really interesting to me, because I think we're going to need that kind of accessibility, because not everyone's comfortable holding a gamepad or even holding something in their hands while they don't have their vision to the outside world. So,
and we want to make it feel as natural to your normal life as it can be. The same way I make decisions here, which aisle I'm going to go down. I want you to just follow your instincts and not have to like click and select and turn and
easy. And so as we're closing out here, let's think about the future. Where do you think VR is going to take us? Like, what's next? I know we're still starting VR. I know it's still early days, but what do you see on the horizon?
Well, I'm going to try to resist just jumping into the Ready Player One narrative of the haptic bodysuits and entire universes and school systems and travel systems that exist in an Oasis type world. But I do think that, where it becomes even more immersive, just to continue that conversation, is with additional haptic additions, right? So the idea that you could be wearing a bodysuit that shakes when something happens, or you can be wearing a bodysuit that vibrates along with any music, like this audio immersion. I think having that be not just audible, but also feelable on your body, just sort of extending it from your senses of sight, sound, into touch, I think is probably where we're heading, I hope.
Awesome, yeah. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, just in terms of like vocal narratives and a social aspect, 99% of people who watch Virtually Mike and Nora talk back to it, try to have dialogue and interact, even if they know.
A 360 video, it's not interactive.
Yeah, you can't do anything.
That's what made me want to do door number 1, so you can have more control in the narrative. But I think farther than that, we'll go into a place where you can speak and it'll register, and you can have a dialogue with an avatar, with another person who's playing on another. I think it'll get even more to that point. So you can really have a conversation in the narrative.
Very much, yeah.
I think I'd love to go all sci-fi and talk about, brain implants and what have you.
Yeah.
But to put it really in the domain of the real, this immersion's a spectrum, right? And I think what we're going to actually see, which is really interesting, is people like choosing to travel along that spectrum based on how they want to interact with the medium. So all of a sudden one day you're watching a movie and now you've got your phone in your hand and you're looking around in the scene of the movie, and now it's on your head and you're in the scene of the movie. Right. And that travel of, am I here to be passive or am I here to be in the world? All happening in the same world, in the same medium, I think is going to be the part that's a little remarkable to us, because I think it's going to happen very subtly, that one day it'll be very easy to say, I watched that on my couch last night, oh cool, I was walking around in the world. And you both had an experience with the same kind of media.
Yeah.
That's kind of my little prediction.
Awesome. That's a pretty good future, I gotta say. I'm kind of excited for that. Thank you guys so much for joining us today.
Thank you for
that was
having
great.
us.
All right, thanks guys.
Appreciate it.
Yeah. Yay! Good job.
Now drop it low and let me play that back.
Oh, that. Yeah.
Welcome to the Engadget stage at E3. Hey. Hi, Tim. Welcome.
Hi, Jess. How are you doing?
I'm Jessica Conda, senior reporter at Engadget.com. Who do we have down the line?
I'm Anita Sarkeesian. I work at Feminist Frequency.
My name's Evan Rogers. I'm the Engadget social media manager.
And I'm Tim Supple again, and I am an associate editor. What are we doing today, Jess?
So we've been doing a lot of VR today, and we're gonna do a little more because this game was actually just revealed on our stage, world premiere, for the HTC Vive, Duck Season. You've not seen it, have you?
No, but the dog looks like a character from Five Nights at Freddy's.
It does. So this is a take on the classic NES title we will all know and recognize, Duck Hunt. Okay, it's not Duck Hunt, it's Duck Season, and it has 3D environments, gorgeous landscapes, gorgeous ducks that you can shoot all day, and a dog that looks like the Five Nights at Freddy's guy. And we're gonna throw you in the game, Tim.
Okay.
So go ahead and put your headset on.
Hold these out? Yeah. All right. I'm gonna jump into the.
So is this
into
like
the
alt
VR.
universe Duck Hunt, like the dark alternative?
Yeah. So like in the beginning, you don't really know what's going on with this game, but it gets kind of creepy. It gets really creepy because apparently if you shoot the dog will bite back in some way. He has some kind of dark backstory.
But he doesn't die.
He doesn't die, and that's the
fair.
scary part,
That's okay.
though. When you shoot a dog and it doesn't die, that's kind of scary. So go ahead, Tim.
So should I go easy or medium?
Medium.
Easy.
We'll start out with easy.
Hard. No, okay.
Yeah.
So stress level 0, those are the developers.
So what does the Vive wand do in this?
So
You'll
that's
see.
yeah.
You'll see.
It'll become apparent.
It makes sense.
You're not shooting kids, are you?
So this is the intro scene. This is just so there's an actual narrative in this game where you're a kid. Your mom noticed that you were like looking at advertisements for this video game that everyone was it's all the rage. So she gets it for you. And it's 1988, so you sit down in the living room in front of your tube television, and you play Duck Season.
It's such a good aesthetic with the puppets.
Isn't that
as
cool?
The like intro, yeah.
Yeah, this game is really sharp. Like it's really stylish in a way that when I first heard the name, I was like, oh, it'll be pixelated or something. It'll be a little different. But yeah, this is really well done.
So what I love about this section right here, it's just the kind of like Stranger Things vibe.
Oh yeah.
It's like just a really nice like childhood home. Setting off like a little bit creepy introduction. Do you know what you're doing?
Kind of.
Okay.
So right now we even have full motion video in this game. This game has everything. 80s TV sets, 80s living room. I think everyone had a living room like this.
How do I change the input?
I think you have to wait for the thing, yeah.
You have to consume this content.
I love that word, Evan. I really love that word.
You have to do it. It's mandatory.
Tim just wants to shoot some stuff already. Jeez, come on. Hang on a second. But the really cool thing about this game too is how it uses the tracker on this little blaster here, which looks, of course, very, very familiar for plenty of players, I'm sure.
So this has finger tracking, right?
It has the trigger.
Just the trigger.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have the. No. Okay.
No. We're cheating. We have a developer in the corner. We can ask him.
I know, it's great. It's really nice.
Are we doing okay so far? We're all right. All right, Tim. What are they saying to you right now?
Oh, don't look into the barrel of the gun.
Did you just pull the trigger? He pointed at his face. Tim.
Oh God! What the hell's going on with the clock?
Do not hold punches.
Okay, here you go. I think it's starting up.
Oh yeah.
This is getting weird.
You may want to stand up actually.
But don't fall off the stage.
Evan, if you want to make sure you're totally safe right now, just
Don't
stay in that area. Don't elbow Evan in the face.
No, it's okay. Do what you got to do.
Or Evan, don't
I
get
don't want
elbowed
to fall
in
off
the
the
face.
stage.
Maybe.
That's a real concern.
Yeah. Okay. Level 1, Tim. Let's do this. Oh, I'm so excited. And this is the first time you're seeing any of it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Oh, this is rad.
So that's you in the TV.
What the? Oh my God.
You're
No!
There, that's better. Oh, terrifying.
Oh my gosh. Children should not play with guns.
So that's how you play.
Yeah.
True facts.
All right, folks, walking by the PC gamer booth.
That is so creepy.
Okay,
Like
align controllers.
we don't even know that this dog is a monster yet, but he's already creepy as hell.
Yeah. I mean, he
Alright,
has
so
to
is
be,
there a way
right?
to grab
I
onto
think
this?
so.
Yeah, you've got to like
got
reload
it?
the gun and like do all.
Oh, you've shot him a lot. All right. So I think we're gonna get the terrifying ending.
Good.
Yeah, this game does have multiple endings. I think it has 7.
Oh yeah, you've got a checklist of stuff.
Oh wow. Okay.
And yeah, like you can basically reveal the dog's like serial killer tendencies in the end.
All right, how do
Alright,
I
so you
align
need
the
to-
controller?
Do you, you want to tell us?
So like,
Oh.
Yeah,
you
he's
got
got
it,
it.
you
He's got it.
round 1.
All right. Shoot those ducks. Not the
dog.
Shoot the dog too. Whatever.
No, he's creeping me out.
Well, he's gonna be even creepier if you keep shooting him.
No
And
spoilers.
you have to get ammo too, right? You have to like
Oh, you
actually
gotta
pick
put
it
the
up. I
bullets
think.
in.
Yeah, there's ammo in your truck, which is like kind of behind you.
Did you guys play a lot of the original game? We're not gonna say the name anymore, but
Definitely.
back in the day.
There's definitely like the early gaming for me.
Yeah. What about you, Evan?
What?
Do you have memories of a game like this?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely.
I definitely wasn't allowed to have a console at home, so I would sneak over to my neighbor's house,
Right.
play NES.
Yeah.
I was lucky I had an
If I-
older brother, so I had all the games. Yeah.
If I remember correctly, though, I think this is one of those titles that my dad purchased like more for himself than
Right.
it was really for me.
He's like, "Here's son."
My dad did that with Top Gun on the NES.
Absolutely.
That's awesome. How's it feel, Tim?
Oh, there's some ducks.
Oh, what? Oh, are those
no.
the dead ducks?
Oh,
Oh, they're like duck
What do I
heads.
do?
Oh.
Jeez.
Well,
Just keep murdering.
this is what happens, I guess, when you shoot ducks. Oh man.
Don't take your eyes off the dog. That thing is creepy.
And then it's not just this either. There are 7 other like mini games that you can play on the TV in the living room, like little ninja games or little fighting games. Looks really really cool. I haven't seen much of those yet though.
Does the level end when you kill a certain amount of ducks? Is that, or is this?
There you go. Yeah.
Great.
Looks like it. Great.
Good job.
What a creeper.
Do I
Oh,
pass
that
the
dog.
helmet?
Yeah, pass the helmet.
Oh no.
Oh.
Okay. I'm gonna have to pay for your sins.
I know he's doomed us all. Really, it's not just him.
Yeah.
It's all of us. Ooh, creepy. There he is.
All right.
Yeah, it's a little jarring to look at.
Yeah.
Yeah, just, you know.
There you go. There you go.
Thank you.
There you go.
Yeah. 1 second.
Oh, it even has the cord. I
Oh.
love that running from the controller. Oh, that's that's such a good touch.
Oh no, my hand.
Oh no,
That's not good.
That's not what a hand should look like.
that's what your hands look like, man. What do you mean? There you go.
Oh yeah.
There you go.
Oh
Nice.
yeah.
Have you done much Vive, Evan? Have you played?
Have I what?
Have you played much Vives?
No.
No.
Actually, this is my first time with the Vive ever.
Hey,
Oh,
welcome to the
hey.
Vive. This is VR. Nice to meet you.
Oh.
So
Okay.
I think you get to play some mini games if you want, or you can
Battle Bros.
You can probably jump into Duck Season again too. Yeah. Yeah.
I will say for having it be my first time using the Vive, it works.
Feels
it works
good,
very
right?
well.
Yeah. Are you immersed? Oh man, everyone's shooting the dog.
It's because he looks like a monster.
He is a monster.
I will say that is satisfying. That is very
to shoot
satisfying.
the dog.
Oh, bam.
I mean, it's not any different. I always used to shoot the dog on NES too, so I love dogs.
I
But
love
not
dogs.
not these ones.
Oh, Evan. You're not a natural hunter, man.
Yeah, you're from Tennessee. Shouldn't you be good at shit? At, like hunting?
Listen, I can't reveal my true skills.
It's really pretty.
Oh,
It's like a lovely
got away.
environment.
Yeah. Which makes the dog even creepier, though.
Yeah, I don't know
Yeah.
how the.
Like it's not.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Uh oh.
Oh, you pressed application. Where's the application?
Help.
Yep.
Help.
I don't know which one it is. There you
Okay,
go.
cool. Thank you. How do I grab it? Whatever.
Nice. Do it. Boom. Boom.
Yeah.
Yeah, this perpetual sunset. It's very calming, actually.
It's gorgeous for
Yeah.
all the murder that you're doing.
Yeah.
Because if
Oh, I
you had
see.
just like a really dark environment and you were also shooting some ducks, it might lead to a different tone.
Yeah, it would be the oppressive kind of VR. You don't really want to feel dark and closed in VR,
No.
unless it's a horror game, maybe.
Yeah.
Which, hey, yeah, maybe.
This is a little
Is
bit,
this
a little bit of a horror game.
Just is this a horror game?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. So I didn't notice actually on the side you got the little duck counter.
Yep.
Yeah, that's
Yep,
so
I just
cool.
noticed that too.
Yeah.
I wish it would count the times you shot the dog.
I wonder if it does somewhere. Like
At
if
the
it
end.
There's a
tells you
stat
at the
track.
yeah.
Like you have shot the dog 35 times. You have killed 7 dogs.
Oh man. Oh, he's getting weirder.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Definitely getting glitchy.
Is that supposed to happen?
His ears, his floppy ears. Nice.
Yay!
Great.
All right, now.
Anita,
Oh,
do you
God.
want to play?
I can try. I've actually never done a shooter in VR because I'm a little fundamentally opposed to them. But I mean, like, it's ducks,
They're
right?
ducks.
Yeah.
It's classic. Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
We've all done things we regret.
At E3 especially.
Yeah. But this is the least regretful thing you will do at E3.
I think so. This
Well,
is
we haven't
pretty
seen
good.
the end of.
Oh my
There we
God,
go.
what's happening?
We haven't seen the end of
That's
what?
my
Of the
face. Okay.
Have you seen the end of the game?
I mean, you don't know. You don't know what's gonna happen.
That clock, the cat clock, really creeps me
Why
out.
do you not like that cat clock?
Because it was.
I had a friend that had that clock.
Okay, so when I was just screwing around in the
What's
living room,
happening?
I didn't
Oh.
see it moving. And
You
then
may
it
have to
just
put the game
started
back in.
moving.
But why is
when I
it
wasn't
hitting my
looking.
face?
Oh, it is. It's turned around. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. Help.
I broke
Get
it.
up here.
I'm just gonna like destroy this living
Do you
room.
know any tricks for
It's
that?
like you have a cramp in your wrist that is just like your hand is
The
a
left
claw.
hand? Here, let's see it. I'll take this from you real fast.
Yeah.
All right. We're getting some technical assistance. Oh.
Here, it says right hand.
Yeah. That's right then. Okay, cool. Here you go. Here's one on your left.
Just click on the right hand.
Oh, we have to click it?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so you have to hit the right hand. There you go.
Oh my God, I have no idea
I'm
what's
so
happening.
sorry. That's your zapper.
Okay.
And this.
It's the claw.
Hold that like that.
No.
There you go.
Whoa.
That's not disturbing. All right, so now
And
what?
then hit the right hand. So it. Oh yeah. There you go.
Shoot.
Okay. And then the center button. This one here. Is that fixed? That didn't work.
No, that didn't work.
I'm trying to replicate this.
I feel like a contortionist though, so that's kind of cool.
No, you look cool.
Yeah.
You look good.
Yeah.
Do we have to reboot or anything, do you think? We may have to reboot, unfortunately.
But there's Kingbit Force.
That's the only way to figure out how to beat the
All right.
boss. You
Or
have to
maybe.
have
Do you want to
yeah,
take
here,
this?
I'll take it out. Yeah, take this off your hands. And off your face. Okay, we can reboot that.
That is a really.
Alright.
VR is always this like special experience because you can watch someone else in it, but once you get in, you're like, oh, I'm in this cool living room.
Yeah.
With, like all this crap everywhere. Like it's
like,
familiar.
It's that whole presence thing that
Yeah.
everybody's been talking about. Yeah.
Immersion.
It's one of the things.
Immersion.
Yeah, I mean, like it's a real thing for folks who've never been in VR. When you talk about it, they don't like. You know, there was a whole thing that came up around like harassment in VR and that sort of thing, and how I feel like being in it, like you immediately go, oh yeah, I can see how that would be a thing, and like
get it.
having these like immersive experiences and feeling it like you're in space or you're in this living room it's hard to explain if you've never done it before.
Well, and that's one of the challenging selling points of VR because you really don't get it until you try it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I had my dad come over and try out PSVR, and he did the Descent demo with the shark cage. And my dad loves saltwater fish, and like he's just never has been able to go swimming in the ocean or anything like that. And it blew his mind just
Enjoy.
seeing the descent of the shark cage and everything happening. And he was so into it. Like he was standing up and he almost fell over because he was trying to lean out of the cage.
I love those videos of people falling over in VR, by the way.
Great. It was the best.
Here. Yeah, swap it. There you go. Other
it's
way,
still wrong.
That way. And yeah, you got it.
You're still
It's still wrong
trying.
though.
go to options if you can.
Oh God. Oh no.
Is this something that I did?
This is so.
I feel like I'm the one that's at fault for this.
Are you opposed to shooters or are they opposed to you?
Apparently,
we'll never
it doesn't
really
want me to
know.
shoot ducks.
Yeah. That's okay. That's fine.
The
We
gun-
got some good gameplay going, and they are still building this game, so I'm sure it'll be just fine when it comes out. Whatever. I just kind of want to hold this.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
No, it's good. You just shouldn't point it at your own face.
I'm not going to. I'm not Timothy
Just saying,
Sepala.
I think I broke this. That's why it was like constantly pointed. Like I
think
did it.
I think you did.
This is my fault.
This is all Tim's fault, and that's
I
okay.
mean, that's fair. Is that your
So-
motto
Anyway,
here? It's
so-
always Tim's fault?
E3 is Tim's fault, actually. I think the entire show.
Wow,
It kind of-
those are
it ki-
fighting
no,
words.
No, it kind of is. It kind of is.
It is. He scheduled a lot of our shows, so
Yeah, it's all my fault.
E3 is basically your fault. So this is your first look at this game, but you played VR before,
I have,
obviously.
yeah.
So do you have a preference of headsets? They're all kind of.
Yeah. So I have a PlayStation VR at home, and I find that comfortable enough to play for longer periods of time.
Yeah, me too.
I haven't played a ton of the Vive, but like one thing is space, right? Just a matter of having the space to be able to play this. Like I loved Fantastic Contraption. It was one of the first VR games I played where I was like, oh, I get why VR exists.
Yeah.
Like this is one of those reasons. But it took me. I was late to getting on the VR bandwagon because I was like, who's gonna sit around with a headset in their living room?
So how
A
often
lot of
do you
people,
play your
apparently.
PlayStation VR?
I mean,
No, because
Not
I'm
that
gonna. I'll
often.
drop. No, because mine has been sitting on a chair in my living room for the last 5 months unplayed.
it's it's one of those things. Like I don't have. Making time to play games is hard in general,
Yeah.
right? So we stream a lot at Feminist Frequency.
Yeah.
We do gaming streams, and so we'll stream VR games on Twitch or whatever, and that's usually when I get into it. But I'm always like, like you see all these demos here, you're like, oh, I'm gonna go play this at home, and you just run out of time, right?
Yeah.
But I think one of the things I'm really looking forward to is when the hardware catches up to like user experience in some way, when it's lighter and easier and it feels like putting on glasses, but it's still that same space. And I'm really looking forward to that time where like it doesn't feel like, oh, what's plugged into what and how do you make it work and all that kind of stuff.
Well, I will say, not to stand too hard for HTC, it's pretty cool that like we can all like put the headset on, because I don't know if you guys have ever used like even the newer Gear VRs.
Yeah.
Like you've got to adjust it, like the diopters for your particular, and it has to be like perfectly snugly on.
Yeah.
And like this, you can pretty much just
Yeah.
throw on. It's,
With glasses
even
too.
with-
Yeah, that's a big
that's
one.
huge.
And
Yeah.
PlayStation VR, you can use glasses too.
Yeah.
It's true. Like it's nice. It's a really interesting time to just see all of the different ways that people are experimenting with it and like kind of perfecting this model of what is VR, what is a headset, how does it feel, what direction do we want to go with it.
I mean, the last headset that I used was like the original like Oculus demo that was like duct taped together at CES like 5 years ago. So it's better now. So
It's much better. We've come a long way, and like eventually, not even that far in the future, we're gonna look back at this time in gaming and be like, wow, I can't believe we put that on our heads. I can't believe we thought that was cool.
I can't wait for that.
But right now it is cool.
They're
you
gonna
know
have
what?
photos of us literally on the stage and be like,
I know, like, oh, sorry.
Why?
Remember that big, thick bundle of cables that was attached to your face? Yeah, that's gone now.
That's gone now.
That was an awkward period in our industry, in our lives.
It's much better now. It's like those brick cell phones. Like, now it's so silly.
Star Trek was hot, okay?
Yeah.
One of the other things that got me like really interested in VR too is I feel like the potential outside of games is huge, and I think that might be where it like games really, they threw a ton of money into VR and like really tried to make this a thing, and we'll see where that goes. But what I've been so interested in is the documentary stuff around VR. So like the solitary confinement space in Chernobyl and all of those different like spaces in which you can see the world in a way that's so different. Like it does really feel like you're there in a lot of ways, and the potential for empathy building and the potential for like education, and it's
I'm very stoked about education.
Education's
a good thing.
Yeah.
Education.
Well,
I'm
in the
for it.
context.
I'm for it.
Thing.
Okay, so that was a long day. That was a lot of VR, but you know what? This is the end of Engadget's day one E3
We're the
E3
send-off?
floor.
Are you
This
sure?
is it. Yes,
Wow,
I am
sorry,
sure.
Sorry for all.
I know secrets that no one else does. But thank you, everyone, for joining us today, day one of E3 2017. We're going to be back tomorrow. E3 Daily kicks off at 10 a.m. PT, and we'll recap everything that's happened at the show so far. And then we're going to have a ton of panels, a ton of games. So check it out.
We also
What's up?
have Albert Pinello from Xbox coming by with a Xbox One X, and I'm going to interview him tomorrow at 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
1 o'clock? 1 p.m. PT.
1 p.m. Eastern.
Yep. We are going to see the Xbox One X on stage right here. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, all right. We'll see you tomorrow.
Follow us on Instagram.
Instagram too.
And the first real match between CLG and Immortals.
Yeah, we're